Since the beginning of time, humans have looked into the sky and wondered, who am I? Why am I here? What is this existence? The first yogis and meditators were the ones who turned inwards in search of these answers. And what they discovered was a reality so profound and subtle that their vision of life was transformed. These mystic yogis experienced the divine. They saw all of life as a unity in diversity, kept in balance by cosmic laws and connected by a source of consciousness. Their teachings became the spiritual paths that guide seekers to have this experience for themselves, reminding us that the truth we seek is within us, and that learning to live in harmony and wisdom is the journey of every soul. On June 21st, join us for World Yoga Day in an online yoga experience where you meet teachers and fellow seekers that deepen your connection to spirit, offering creativity, consciousness, and education for the soul. Explore different aspects of yoga as a mystical science that supports you on the journey within. Namaste, everyone. Welcome to Unify's World Yoga Day broadcast for 2021. It's an absolute pleasure to be with people from all over the planet. And this is the essence of Unify's intention, is to bring people from all over the world into synchronized moments to connect to the possibility of world peace. So what more auspicious occasion to connect on this level through yoga, which itself is a practice of unification, unifying within ourselves, our body, mind, and spirit, so that we become vessels of agency and participation of the greater energies of life. Now, where I live in British Columbia, it is also National Aboriginal Day or Indigenous Day, and it's also the solstice. So there's many moments that are converging right now with World Yoga Day. And I find it particularly significant that it's National Indigenous Day here in Canada because yoga in many ways is an indigenous practice in the sense that it comes from a land and it comes from a place and it comes from a people. And while it is indigenous, its message and its practice and its ethos is universal in scope. Yoga has burgeoned around the planet over the last 20 years, becoming the fastest body-mind practice in the world. It is being taken up on the level of children in schools to elderly, so that anybody, regardless of race, caste, creed, or age, are able to participate in a science of well-being, a science that reconnects us to ourselves, and in the process allows us to connect more deeply to others, allows us to connect more fully to the essence of life. And in many ways, this essence is what in India is called the Dharma, the essence of a thing, right? And yoga is a Dharma. It's a path and a practice that helps us to reconnect to the essence of who we are. So for today's World Yoga Day, we have many things in store for you. There is Guruji Srivast joining us in about 10 minutes. We have a World Yoga Day panel on the subject of decolonizing yoga. We have exploration of the 8 limbs of yoga and yoga philosophy. We're going to have a guided pranayam and asana practice, and then we are going to enter the bhav, which in Sanskrit means mood, and the mood of devotion, the mood of bhakti, with some beautiful music to close us out here. To open us in this gathering, I'm going to chant a mantra that is rooted in the Vedic tradition. And the words of this mantra are Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya. O lead me from falsehood to truth. Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya. From darkness to light. Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. From death to immortality. So your eyes can be open or closed. If you know the mantra, please chant along in the comfort of wherever you are right now. Start by taking a breath in and breathing it out. And one breath in and one more breath out. And inhaling for the mantra Om, a global Om, synchronized, breathing in. Tammaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityurmamritam gamaya Om asato ma sadgamaya Tammaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityurmamritam gamaya. Oh, lead me from falsehood to truth, from darkness to light, from death to immortality. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So now we're going to cue a video for you produced when Yoga Day was first conceived, brought to the United Nations by the President of India, petitioning over 170 countries of the world to join together to celebrate yoga as a science of well-being. So we hope you enjoy this video to give you a bit of context of the significance of this day and what we're all participating in. Please enjoy.
The coming year is a historic event in many ways. The United Nations has declared the World International Yoga Day over 15,000 years ago. Since Adi Yogi, many things have happened in terms of propagating yoga, in terms of reaching out. Many administrations in the form of kings took to yoga. For the first time, the head of a major nation on the planet is talking about yoga in public, in international fora.
And I invite him to address the assembly, Mr. Prime Minister.
योग केवल व्यायाम भर न होकर अपने आप से तथा विश्व व प्रकृति के साथ तादात्म्य को प्राप्त करने का माध्यम है।
This could be a kind of a foundation stone to make scientific approach to the inner well-being of the human being, a worldwide thing. That if you want to be well, you don't have to seek heaven's help. You can turn inward and fix it. This is the message when you say there is a International Yoga Day. This is what it means. The world is beginning to accept human well-being is not in heaven, it's within us. It's a tremendous step for the world, and for the first time, 177 countries get together to pass a resolution. Never before in the history of United Nations, 177 countries have voted for anything. I want you to understand, this has lived for over 15,000 years without any kind of one organization pushing it or forcing it, simply because of its efficacy. Because it works, it's lived. Today, nearly 2 billion people on the planet are doing some form of yoga. I'm not happy with that. I want the 7.2 billion people to do some form of yoga because in the last 100 years, we have ripped the planet apart, but we are nowhere near well-being. If human well-being has to happen, the only and only way is one has to turn inward. There is really no other way, because pain and pleasure happens from within you, joy and misery happens from within you. The very light and darkness happens within you. The only space where you generate experience is within. If you don't turn inward, fixing your well-being on this planet is out of question. Today, we have the necessary resource, capability and technology to address every human problem on the planet. Never before was this possible. Only thing that's missing is an inclusive consciousness of human beings. And this is what yoga can do, beyond religion, beyond belief systems, beyond caste, creed, race, nationality. People can experience a deep sense of unity within themselves, which is what the world needs. This is a momentous step that humanity is taking. It is time the world turns inward for their well-being, not up, not out, in. In is the only way out. If you want well-being, in is the only way out.
Welcome back, everyone. So for our first guest in World Yoga Day, we are going to invite Guruji Srivast, and he's a mystic and a master and poet from Sweden who really teaches celebration as a way of awakening. And I was really blessed to be introduced to Guruji Srivast by my brother, Ramayan Ananda, who is joining us again this year to connect with Guruji Srivast. And my brother has been hosting the World Yoga Day for many years now with UNIFY and has graciously given me an opportunity to come and host it. So I'm really glad that my brother and I are here to welcome you again, Guruji Srivast, to UNIFY's World Yoga Day broadcast. Thank you so much for being with us. And we want to start with one question, which is, what is this yoga? Why is it important? How do we connect with it today?
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's happy to see all of you again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yes, yes. Yoga Day. We all know yoga is union. But union with what is always a question. As I always say, we are all natural species. Human being, one more species in this planet. We are part of the whole. But somehow, we started to play on our own rules and games. Started to separate, slowly we started to alienate ourselves from our own natural state. Participation. We stopped participate in the evolution, stopped participate in the process of living in this planet among all beings, as one among them. There we lost the thread somehow. Here's what the yoga comes into the place. To reconnect ourselves, to come back, to bring us back to that connection. But if you are living naturally, this practice is not necessary. No practice is necessary. The practices are placed as a substitute. We don't climb the trees anymore. We don't pick the fruits. We don't wander anymore. We get everything on the plate, served. For example, as a natural being, you go to the apple tree, pick the apple, and eat. But it's not just eating the apple. There's a whole participation of your body and your eyes and ears, your nose, your mouth, your hands, your legs. The whole body is participating and getting the apple from the tree to your mouth. But the way we live, we can just open a bottle and drink the apple juice. In this, we eliminated so many experiences, so many interactions between your body and this planet. A simple act. Naturally, something is missing. Participation of your body in this planet is missing. So there are a lot of emotions also blocked. When our body is on the move, body is in participation, the emotion also moving, all the energy in the body also arising and passing, like a clouds. When the body is not participating in the planetary life, naturally, the energy also not moving. It's not cloud anymore. It becomes stagnant. When the energy got stagnant, we started to suffer. Then we like to move this energy. Then we started to practice different body movements, different asanas, different exercises. As a natural species, as a cosmic divine being, you are not born to practice. You are born to participate in this planetary life. Not only with the human, but participate with the whole planet. Not separating you and me, not separating you and the tree, but participating fully. Since we stopped participate, we started to practice many things because in our deep memory, we know we was free once upon a time. And that possibility is still available. We want to reclaim that freedom back. And we know that freedom is within ourselves, inside. Yoga, the whole philosophy, whole set of yoga, not only the body movement, exercise, but karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga. So the whole set of yoga help us to reunite ourselves with this life. We have to connect with our own body first. Only by connecting with our body, we are able to connect with this planetary body. So for me, the yoga is all about a techniques or an understanding which bring us closer to ourselves. Union with us, union with life. It does not belong to any nations or any religion or anyone. No, all their knowledge which belongs to all living beings.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Guruji. Actually, one of the things I took from that is yoga is about participation, and participation happens when we're present.
Exactly.
So whatever it is that brings us really here in the present moment, so we can naturally be who we are, that allows us to fully participate with life. And
Beautiful.
it's a natural thing, actually. We don't have to build too many layers of abstraction and all these additional things. Otherwise, the doing of the yoga will take us away from what is the aim of the yoga.
Exactly.
And that would be an irony, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Very much. Things need to be effortless, without effort.
You know, you say
Everyone
that.
need to. Pardon?
No, you say that it's always lovely to hear about this effortlessness, but the actual experience of a human being is very few things in our life do we do effortlessly. Actually, it always feels like we have to do quite a bit of effort before we can experience effortlessness. Even if you're doing a yoga asana or pranayam or meditation, anything that you're trying to learn to do, it takes some effort and time of learning before it becomes part of you and it becomes natural to you. Is that not true?
It is like this. It's like a body is like a bicycle. See, if you don't use the bicycle for a long time, what will happen? It will get rust. If you push it, it will break. So you put little oil, rotate little bit, little bit, little bit, little bit, then you started to function. But again, you put it back in the current, again it will get rust. So the body also like that. We have to make our body to participate. Body is not meant to keep it in the garage. Body is meant to, use it. And the more and more we technologically get advanced, we somehow alienate our body in participation.
Yes,
See,
yes.
yeah,
I hear that.
we can simply sit and chant and do pujas. Naturally, we need so many practices. But go and see the villages that people are bending and cultivating rice and climbing the tree, picking the mango. They don't practice anything. Participation of life. So more and more we stop our physical participation, we create our mental world and start to participate more in the mental world. So bringing the mind back into our body, withdrawing ourselves from the mental world to the physical world, the effort is needed.
Mm-hmm.
We have to
Ramayan?
bring all our senses together in one place.
So
The being in
Guruji,
presence. Mm. So effort is needed to withdraw ourselves from the unnatural state to the natural state. When you are close to the natural state, it is effortless.
Mm.
Mm. It is important. See, everything is easy when you learn something for yourself. Most of the time, we learn something to spread to others, you know, explain to others. So more and more we learn for others, it's become even more effortful because we are not available here. Our mind is already projecting how I am going to pass this knowledge to third person. It is really effortful. Whatever we learn, if you learn to our own physical experience, own inner experience, it becomes very, very easy.
so tell me, Guruji, one thing we talk about is bhakti yoga, right?
Yes.
And the yoga of love. And I think a lot of people don't really connect yoga and love. Maybe you can speak about this for a minute.
Hmm. First of all, one need to be in peace. Peace, freedom, beauty, love. That is, the chain. Without peace, there's no any freedom. Without freedom, no beauty. Without beauty, no love. Without love, no caring and sharing. Without caring and sharing, no humanity. We don't evolve further. Love is not just a statement. Love is an action. Caring and sharing is the action of love. In that act, there's an experience arising. This experience, we call it love. When a person say, I love you, means I want to take care of you. I want to share with you. Without caring and sharing, just saying I love you makes no sense. By saying I love you itself, love is not arising. But caring and sharing the experience, what we feel, we call it love. This inner experience is our contribution. It is very, very important to know your inner experience, what you are going in your body. We can speak so many things. We can build schools or temples. That is not our contribution. How we experience in our body, that is our contribution. See, I'm building so many schools, so many hospitals, doing great thing, but inside I'm suffering. Means my contribution to the humanity is suffering only. This
So
is very,
true.
very important. Your inner experience is your contribution. Because through your inner experience only, you are creating your cosmic self. The collection of cosmic self, you are creating, you are participating, in the process of evolution. Your contribution is your inner experience. That means love is not simple. Through love only, you are participating in the evolution. How we as a whole humanity evolve, in which direction we evolve, is all based on how we experience inside of our body.
I have a
More and
question,
more
Guru.
we come closer to ourselves, come closer to our body, this inner experience transforms. Because normally we want to change the world. We hope the world is out there, problems there, pollution is there, destruction is there, exploitation is there. But it is not like that. The way I look at the world, I see certain things, but I bring everything. When I come closer to me, I started to transcend this world inside of me. And that's when a new experience arises. Through this new experience only, I'm transcending the world which I look outside.
Mm.
Bhakti yoga.
Bhakti yoga.
Without bhakti, just only with the buddhi, make no sense. Bhakti is a very important thing in own life. So, the love, the yoga is union with yourself, union with life. When I say union with yourself, it's very beautiful because so-called you is nothing but the whole. Without union with everything, you can't become union with yourself. Because see, when a person find himself, what exactly he find? He find or he realize there's no one is there whom he can claim as him. When I find myself, I find there's no one is there inside whom I can claim as Srivast. I can't claim this is me, this is me, this is me. I can see me only through whatever I am able to see. Through love, there's a great experience arises between my, my senses and what is sensed by me. In
So
this experience, I am participating.
Yeah, so this bhakti, in the beginning, it seems like an effort in the beginning as we're trying to open our heart. But then what happens is that it transforms into existence itself. It transforms into that love affair. And that's what I am so grateful for in this connection, Guruji. So I see your inner bhakti. I see and feel your love affair with life and with God and with the Sangha and with nature. And that's why we're so grateful to have you here with us, sharing about yoga, sharing about the Dharma. And thank you so much for being with us today on World Yoga Day. Is there any last words you would like to share with the audience in the world?
See, every spiritual practice bring closer to your presence, closer to your surroundings. More and more, we make our practices exotic, too far. Somehow, we detach ourselves too much. So, try to find wherever you are, this yoga in action. In the shopping complex, at the job, in the street, everywhere. It's no need to be too exotic. Just open your heart. Let the whole world jump inside of you. You will meet yourself in that.
Thank you,
All
Guruji.
my blessings.
Thank you.
Take
That's a
care.
beautiful message for us to take with. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you,
Blessings.
Guruji.
You are always welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you to me.
Well, we now have a panel following that up. Are we queuing a video right now?
No, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to receive that message of Guruji Srivast. Yoga, participation in the larger energies of life. It's a big thing that I took away from that, and that much of that participation means coming into this present moment. And what I really drew from what Guruji was saying was that when our practices are designed to bring us more into the present, right? So when we practice yoga asana to bring us into the feeling and experience of participating with the body, when our pranayama practice is here to bring us into feeling and participating with the reality of the breath, where our meditation is designed to help us feel, connect, and participate in the reality of the mind, our emotions, and our inner world, then our yoga is really serving its purpose of helping us come into the present, participate into life, so that we can bring it into action. So I feel that's a very significant message and a universal message on what the heart of yoga is. What we have coming up next is a panel that we've organized with a number of yoga practitioners who have been giving their lives to the study and practice of yoga, with great passion of yoga. And the subject of the panel is decolonizing yoga. And it could be a contentious one, and there's some fascinating viewpoints for us to engage on this subject of how has yoga come from where it was as a many thousands-year-old practice and traveled across into the West. And as it meets a different culture and a whole different economic system, how is it transforming in a way to meet the current reality and mindset of today? And in what ways is this transformation, do we feel, serving the original intention of yoga? In what ways does it detract from it? So we're about to engage in that panel. And to take us there, we have a short video by Vasa and Jeffrey Armstrong, who is one of the panelists. And I thought this video called The Wings of Yoga really puts yoga in such a beautiful and uplifting way. So I hope you enjoy this video and then stay with us as we join the panel with the other members.
You know, some people say that we're humans having a spiritual experience. But yogis say that we're divine beings having a human experience, that this is a form of learning. It's a kind of university. The universe is a university. The cosmos is a place of divine learning. One of the most important secrets that the ancients knew, that we've just discovered again, is that we're all wirelessly connected to everything that exists, including the source of our existence. That in fact, inside of us is a cell phone, that we are a sending and receiving device, that we're capable of broadcasting and receiving broadcasts over any distance. And this is the essence of being a yogi, that what's needed is for us to get plugged in. Yoga or union means plugging in. It means making the connection. But that first means your cell phone has to get activated. The goal of yoga is freedom. It's cooperation with nature and freedom with consciousness. This is going to liberate your consciousness to be able to go anywhere, to receive all the divine information with respect and love, not acquisitively, not to get things, not to make yourself artificially big and powerful, but to have the true empowerments that you're designed for, to grow in the university of the universe and become PhD students, to care about all life and use these empowerments that come from the divine apps to connect with the great broadcasts that are coming through eternity, that make life exciting and interesting. This gives you an inner life that's as rich and beautiful as the outer life that you see people building in the world. Yoga says we need to balance our inner life with the outer life. And we need to know how to have tremendous inner satisfaction from these beautiful downloads that constantly are coming from all the divine reality. When we do that, we walk through life with reverence, with joy, with compassion, with appreciation of the diversity of all the different beautiful people that we see around us. We look in their eyes and say, Namaste, I see you. I see this beautiful divine being that's inside. This is your clothing, but you're inside. Your potential is what we want to bring out. That's yoga. We come into direct contact with all the beauty rushing down into manifestation. It's like getting to the headwaters of some great river and finding the waterfall, the cataract of amazing rushing water, and getting under it and allowing it to flow right onto you and being grateful in that download of divine bliss and joy and wisdom. With that, you can do anything, but you'll only do the things that keep you in that cataract of love and joy. That's the secret of yoga. We know as yogis that when you go to that joyful point, you will never harm others. You will never cause damage and destruction around you. You'll cherish life. Your inner life will be so rich. Your broadcast that you're receiving will be so beautiful that you'll reflect that beauty into the world, and everyone will want your association, and you'll share that bliss and joy with them. And this is what we're all secretly hungry for. The celebration of life, the joy of life, the bliss of life, the wisdom of life, and to activate this full potential in us so that we never go unconscious. We never become our worst self. We stay that beautiful being that we truly are. And that is the PhD program of yoga, to fly free like a great bird, flying into the freedom of possibility.
Thank you so much for Jeffrey Armstrong for bringing that message to us. And we're about to dive into our World Yoga Day panel. And unfortunately, just want to say that Farah is not able to make the panel. She sent me a message, said that she's having car trouble and can't be here, which is a bit of a shame because now we have an all-male panel, which is not a bad thing, but I just want to presence that, you know, we're here with an all-male panel and that we're going to be aware and acknowledge this. And it's also interesting because really yoga is a practice that has burgeoned all across the planet, and largely thanks to the dedication of women, really. Most yoga classes are filled mostly with the female gender. And so I honor you, Farah, and wish that you could be here with us today, and hope that we really take an inclusive perspective here on this panel. So to introduce our panel today, here we have a few people to introduce you to. First is Jeffrey Armstrong, and Jeffrey Armstrong is a Vedic teacher for many, many years. And you could hear from the video, I feel that the video itself really introduced you to Jeffrey's heart and wisdom and passion for yoga, and recently has authored a decolonized version of the Bhagavad Gita, which I find is an amazing text, and I recommend everyone to look into that. So Jeffrey, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. It's already a wonderful, beautiful privilege to be here and celebrate.
Thank you so much. Next is Ryan Lear from One Yoga for the People. I've had the privilege of getting to know Ryan over the last year or so, and he is known in many, many yoga circles as Ryan the Lion. One Yoga for the People has touched many hearts and minds, and Ryan is really dedicated to the heart of his yoga practice, has studied with BKS Iyengar, with a number of other Indian teachers, and he's finding a way to be able to bring and be a bridge for yoga to the people of Canada and really around the world. So Ryan, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Honored to be here.
Yeah. Next we have Ramin Pero, and Ramin is the founder of Science of Self. He was a dedicated student of Pattabhi Jois for, I believe, almost 7 years. So also put his time in India, studying with a teacher and bringing this and finding the experience of starting his own yoga studio. And over the years, bridging, shifting, adapting his experience and transmission of yoga. So thank you so much, Ramin, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very wonderful to be here with all of you. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. And we have my brother, Ramayan Ananda, who both of us are called Gurubhais in Sanskrit, which means that we both share the same guru. So it's been wonderful to actually walk a spiritual yogic path with my blood brother, and both of us are deeply connected and love this path and practice of yoga. So Ramayan, thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you. And if I may just say one thing to kick this off is, you know, when Guruji Shiva says that yoga does not belong to anybody, it belongs to everybody, and that it is universal. I think it's important when we start and kick this off that we understand that we are talking about something universal. You know, Jeffrey, who's on this call right now, was my first real teacher of yoga. I spent many, many years studying with him. And it was only because of his wisdom and his knowledge and his dedication that I relearned my own culture. And this is a white man from Chicago. Am I correct? Chicago, Detroit. Sorry, Detroit. And so it gave me a context as a very young Indian male of what it meant to have yoga taught to me. But I want to bring that in this context so that we don't take this as another issue of color or race, but instead we look at decolonizing yoga as bringing out the depth and the true meaning of the practice as the focus. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Ram. And I think that that's important to acknowledge. And part of the reason why I brought this panel together is that that's one healthy perspective. And there are other perspectives, right? Other perspectives that also have to be included in here. And so we're going to invite all perspectives around this subject matter, around this subject, which is a sensitive one. And I can feel the sensitivity, and maybe everyone out there who's listening can feel the sensitivities that are looming. And I do want to acknowledge that this is an inclusive space of all viewpoints. Yeah. I'd first like to present a question to the panelists. And the question is, what is yoga to you? And what is yoga according to a source teaching from which you received the message of what yoga is? So Ramin, I'm going to invite you to answer that question first. And as you know, I might interrupt you and try to keep a sense of brevity as we have a number of things that we want to discuss.
Well, I had a very unique introduction into the practice of yoga. It started when I was very young. Both of my parents practiced yoga independent of each other, and then when they came together, they had a meditation practice. So I would observe their meditation practice daily with a lot of interest. I was very inquisitive as to what they were doing with their eyes closed. And I remember sitting with my father and attempting to close my eyes and sit for as long as he could. And I did notice my mind wandering and me wanting to pull his eyelids open and see what's going on inside there. And then one day he said, "Ramin, today is the day you learn how to meditate." And he taught me a very simple technique. He said, "Ramin, every time you have a thought, place the thought on the cloud and watch it float away." So I took that piece of instruction, I had an experience, and then I went into my own personal practice. And what I began to notice is that each time I put a thought on a cloud and watch it float away, that there was all this space between me and that cloud. So I began to inquire into that space. So who am I in relation to that space? And what began to emerge was the instruction to the meditation, to the practice of yoga. So Patanjali says it very well in his second sutra. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga is the ceasing of the fluctuation of the mind. So this is the yoga put into practice. Our objective is to cease that fluctuating mind so that then we can see what exists beyond this thought, beyond the thinking mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful description and presented in such a succinct way. Jeffrey, would you please also answer that question? What is yoga for you, and also from a source teaching of where it comes from?
Certainly. And first, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Each of us is deeply indebted to our many gurus and acharyas. I have eventually come to view, because I studied philosophy, psychology, so many things, like anyone avidly looking for truth in Western civilization. And eventually everything led me back to India, to Bharat. So in that, it was my individual quest, I would call it my existential dilemma, that led me forward. So the question then was, what is the real question of life? It is the search for the right question to ask. Because when you ask questions, after a while, you see everyone gives you different answers, and then you try to improve your questions. And this is the secret of being a proper student, is working diligently to raise the correct questions and to have them match your state of perception. So the final question for me really was, how did I get here? And where did all this beauty come from? And why is it so elusive? Why does it flirt with me and then run away? Why is it here for a few moments and then gone? This ultimate existential question had to be answered. And this led me to two interesting experiences. One was to work in technology. In 1980, I was hired by Apple Computer to be their Middle Eastern sales manager to 30 Apple dealers in the Middle East. I was already a yogi with 5 years in ashram, a Vedic astrologer, a deep practitioner. And now suddenly I was taken into this other, almost science fiction world. And so now my Vedabase and my database coalesced. And I came to understand something, that yes, indeed, our existential dilemma is driving this. And that India provided a programming language called Sanskrit or Sanskritam, the perfected language, so that this conversation could go on over hundreds of thousands of years without getting confused, distorted, or degraded. And I learned about programming, and sure enough, I bet we all have one of these, which is why I created that saying that we all have a cell phone, don't we? So now the question is, what and how can we be wirelessly connected to the source of our existence? So this existential dilemma became the basis of my own yoga. And it includes treating everyone as an individual, so that I've made up a saying about it to yogis: there is never conversion, never coercion, only friendly conversation. Yoga is only a friendly conversation between question-asking individuals. With
Thank
that,
you.
I'll hand it back to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Very insightful. And Ryan, handing it over to you. What is yoga for you, and what is yoga according to a source teaching and how you received it?
All right, thank you. I just want to shout out Jeffrey. I'm reading the Gita online right now, trying to learn what yoga is. To me, it's has to do with like freedom to be myself, with years and years of anxiety, depression, and those fluctuations that Ramin was speaking to. I feel like yoga's given me the freedom to be myself and to find like my true nature, and the texts I've read talk about a union with the creator, with God. And the latest one that's resonated with me is from Srivatsa Ramaswamy, 33 years with Krishnamacharya. He's such a one of the most peaceful people I've ever met. And he's like embodies this peacefulness and tolerance. And he says yoga is to have peace of mind. And so when you ask that, I think of just peacefulness, and without being like asleep, but a wakeful peacefulness or something. That's the latest meaning that I've been feeling.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. And Ramayan, what is yoga to you and a source teaching?
Well, when I sit with the word yoga, union, it is what is uniting with what? What is unifying? What is actually distinct or separate? And this is in the teaching, the very foundation of Vedanta or yoga, which is, are we individuals eternally, or are we just one with the cosmos at all times? And my journey has been a quest to understand the nature of individuality, has been to understand the nature of self. And the more I explore, the more the answers illuminate from within. And so for me, yoga has a lot of different practices and techniques which enable the practitioner to realize the nature of truth within themselves, that is supplemented by thousands of years of teachings from awakened, realized masters that have had the grace and the love for us to pass down their teaching in a vast library that we can so benefit from it and hopefully learn and pass it forward.
Thank you. Yeah, beautifully said. So here we are having this beautiful, vast understanding individually, collectively about the potential and possibility of yoga. And then you flip open Instagram and you hashtag yoga. Okay? And you get a very different reflection of what the mainstream experience perception of yoga is. Right? Now, I find that this gap is where I find this conversation going to be taking place. Okay? There's this yoga that is deeply impressed upon us in our lives, in our soul's quest and journey. And there's a yoga in the mainstream presentation. And I want to feel here from people, how have you observed the way in which yoga is being expressed in the mainstream? In what ways do you feel that it's been a disservice to the yoga that you received and that you're trying to transmit? And in what ways do you see it as part necessary of what's happening in how yoga is spreading around the world? So Ryan, as a Instagram master, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Zamir. When yoga, I get so frustrated when I go through the airport and see Yoga Journal and just see like affluent, fit white women. I don't. I feel like we do it a bit of a disservice when we just say it's for somebody who's fit and healthy. And I feel like if you can breathe, you can do yoga. And the way the mainstream media, and I hope I'm not contributing to that with my Instagram by putting, like, making it all about the asana and the postures, because I do believe that there's so much beauty and yoga inside the asana, but I feel like it's a bit of a disservice when we just make it about the postures and it's like my teacher said to me. He said, "Why are you people just stopping at the postures, and then you're not doing pranayama, then you're not doing any meditation, then there's even no opportunity to get to the higher stages?" So yeah, I feel like when I want to teach yoga and get it to as many people as possible. And when I go to some studios, they're like, well, you can't do any inversions. You can't say Om. If this is a no Om zone. I just feel like when people ask us to take out the spirituality, I think it's a disservice to what yoga truly is, and to make it just about airbrush models doing fancy poses, or dancers or gymnasts. And no offense to dancers and gymnasts who practice yoga, but I just feel like we alienate people when we show it just being for fit, healthy people. And especially in the time we're in with representation, like the covers of Yoga Journal for years were just like white women. And now thankfully, Shayla Stonechild was on it, Indigenous woman, strong woman from up north. And things like Yoga Journal are starting to open up to show other perspectives. So I feel like we've got a lot of work to do, and I hope I'm not perpetrating, I hope I'm working on the right side to make it accessible rather than exclusive and just for rich people,
Well, I think that you are. I mean, that's why I invited you here. I'm curious, as a studio owner, right, who's trying to find this balance between, reaching people who have a mainstream perception of what yoga is, and you have to support yourself financially. And we're in this capitalist model and system. And it's almost like we kind of need to tailor some ways of our experience and delivery of yoga so that it matches the consumer. But at the same time, internally, we have this yearning of like, well, we want to give the deeper parts to it too. So how have you been navigating that? Like, how do you find it? Are you finding that the more that you bring out the depth, that there's a lot more interest than, we would condition ourselves to believe?
Yeah, good question, man. I feel like it's like a select few are interested in that, but most of people, as far as I am perceiving, like most people want to work out and they don't want to meditate with a group of people. So I'm not sure, man, like how many people are ready for like the stillness of yoga and the depth of it. And I think eventually they will be, but it's almost like getting them sweating and moving might be the way in for so many people, because it is so challenging to sit still, especially now,
Yes, I hear you.
and yeah.
Yeah.
And as a studio owner, man, I'm trying to make everything now by donation and eventually free programming, just because the capitalist system, it doesn't match ethically with how I see yoga and being a business person. I know we have to make a living, but it's like, to me, it's more like service to humanity than having a nice car or something. So yeah, it's
Thank you.
such a tough thing to reconcile,
Yeah,
but it's becoming clear to me that it's service to.
totally. Yeah. Well, Ramin, I'm going to invite you to just hop in there, because I know you've been a studio owner. You have probably thought about these things as well, and it's sort of influenced how you've expressed yoga in a way that strips it of some of the cultural, what maybe you perceive as barriers to bring people the essence. How would you respond, or jump on some of the things that Ryan was talking about?
Well, I agree with many things that Ryan is saying. And when I look at how information flows within our world, and how many hundreds of years it takes to find deep grounding influence in that culture to really begin to grow roots and then bear fruit. And we're so very young when we start to look at our relationship to the practices of yoga, the insights of these big questions of who are we and why are we here, and then how do we interface with this field of intelligence around us. That if you start to look at how India was the major influencer of the information of yoga, and then how it moved into Tibet or into other countries, you see that it had to weave itself into the culture. So this is what we're seeing now, is a weaving into the Western culture. And from that, finding opportunities to allow us to engage with it, to interact with the experiences that happen through the technology of technique, through the insights that come from the application of that technology, then to lead us to being able to witness for ourselves what is the effect. So within the student base and within the walls of the yoga center, it is continuously giving people the opportunity to engage with themselves. So who am I in relation to my environment, and allowing the self to experience the self having an experience, and facilitating that as much as we possibly can, and allowing the childlike innocence of discovery to really come through the West. This is the way that I see it. I believe that it's going to be a while before we begin to see any real authentic depth of experience within the realm of yoga. But that being said, I have always found very deep seekers and huge insights coming from these individuals, and authentic transformation emerging from their own personal practices.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Jeffrey G., I know you've been playing the long game for many, many years, and you haven't been teaching yoga asana, and in the studio setting, you've been more the heart of yoga teaching, and from the Vedic teachings and yoga philosophy. How would you respond to some of these questions? What are ways in which you've seen the presentation of yoga disservice? What are ways in which you see it as a necessary adaptation? And how have you been finding your way in this?
Well, first, let me say my practice includes asana and pranayama. I spend about 2 hours every morning doing both asana and pranayama and mantra, and therefore also meditative practices, and also have an altar and have a talking relationship with various divine beings. So in the midst of all of this, I want to just put this in context for us. After I became a yogi, after spending 5 years in the ashram and learning this knowledge, I went back to university and got a degree in history and comparative religion. Because though I was born a Christian, I was a plain vanilla Christian. I hadn't really read like a scholar. So I went back and read everyone's books, read everyone's knowledge tradition with a deep sympathetic ear. And this, I felt, was only fair so that I could say what happened historically that caused the distortions we're living in. Like the distortions about the feminine, for example. We're one of the few cultures on the planet that doesn't have some version of the feminine divine. And all of the indigenous cultures did, all of the Asian cultures do. And so to not have a female version of the source of everything is just an unthinkable thought in about 3/4 of the cultures on our planet, if not more. So what I finally came to see was that this needed to become the unique conversation that it is. And certain things were being said in the yogic knowledge that have not been said in Western civilization, or in Christianity, or in Islam, or in Judeo-Christian tradition. And as a result, you can't borrow their vocabulary to describe yogic experiences. So I just began to see that we needed to use the programming language, not by learning Sanskrit, which is a many years project, but by learning some new vocabulary. But you see, that feels to people like colonization. It feels to them like they're being converted to something when they learn mantras or words. So I think the most important thing to know is that there's a technical vocabulary that goes with anything you do, any athletic activity, anything you do to change your body, with medicine, with everything. There's a vocabulary that naturally goes with it. So I would like to give you one example of that, a very simple one. But everyone calls this their body in English, but in Sanskrit it's called karana, Karana. Well, karana is where the English word car comes from. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your car. Now, was that painful or difficult or intrusive? Am I converting you to another religion? No. I'm giving you a Sanskrit word for this. This is the content. This is the karana. This is your car. It's made of 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, space. Now, when we go to sleep at night, we park the karana on what we call the bed. That name's okay. We can leave that for now. And then we go somewhere. How do we do that if our car is parked on the bed? Well, it's something in Sanskrit called the anta karana, the inner car. And the inner car is mind, intellect, and the idea of being material, or it's called manas, buddhi, ahamkar. But think of our dream body. I call it the dream body. So we have a dream body, we have a 5-element body, and then we are the light being. So we're the light body. So let's simplify it. The one asking the question is the light body. The car we're driving around town in is the karana. The inner car is the anta karana. Now, was that scary, painful, difficult? No? Okay, great. Then I can give you a few more words. Then who are we? What's a name for it? Well, actually, it's Atma, A-T-M-A. Now, it turns out that in Latin, the word atomic or atome means you can't cut it. You can't cut it was the thinking about the atom until we actually did. That we cut the atom, and now we can't call it, properly speaking, atome, because the atom is cuttable. But the uncuttable individual, which I like to call the invisible individual, that is called Atma. Now, once again, painless, non-sectarian, true for everyone. It's just a term for self, but the word self comes from the word sylph, like a fairy. So if you say, I am myself, you're saying I am a flitting about fairy. It's my selfishness. So these are confusing words. If you say karana, anta karana, atma. There. Now we just need 2 more words to set the yogic construct. The one is a realm of light. The other is a realm of darkness. It's no surprise that we're in the realm of darkness, which is called prakriti, the thing where things are made over time by cause and effect. And time exists. And then the other place is called Brahman. Brahman is a realm of light from which we supposedly came. Now, you don't have to believe this to do asanas, but it is the explanation of doing it. We're trying to isolate our Atma from our Karana and our Antakarana before death does it for us.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to not get caught in that moment. We're trying to sort it out right now. We just need a scientific vocabulary. So I'm going to stop at this point. I know time is of the essence. Therefore, gaining this vocabulary slowly in a way that's not intimidating, in a way that's not disruptive and doesn't make the person feel converted, should be the natural part of yoga, just as it would be with any other science, any other subject. It should not be converting and obtrusive, and it should not be forced, but it should be present so the person gradually just grabs those words and they become useful to them in various situations. So when I saw this, I realized that first, what's remarkable is that we were all susceptible to yoga And this is mentioned in the Gita, Bahunam Janmanamante. After many births, one finally reaches the conclusion. So just know that the yogic model is a many lifetimes model. So this is where we go when anything gets unbalanced with people. We go, that's okay, no rush, no hurry. You don't have to do that right now. No, you don't have to learn these words to do your asanas. But if you'd like, asana is helpful because it's a word. Breathing is pranayama. Nice to know what prana is. So little bit at a time, painlessly, without intimidation and without coercion. This is, I believe, our next step in the renaissance of yoga.
Thank you.
Just to give it a vocabulary.
Absolutely. And there's compassion in that approach, and there's a recognition in that approach, while also I feel a healthy claiming that there is a culture with a language and a tradition that is rich, that has been rooted and exploring the inner dimension of the self as much as the Western world has been exploring the outer dimension, right? I mean, it's no coincidence, I feel, here in Canada that it's National Indigenous Day, and much of the way in which a people is disconnected from their culture is by cutting off the language, right? So here we are saying, how do we compassionately bring this language to people as part of yoga, right? And to be able to claim that, saying, this language is connected to yoga, and this language and these vocabulary are designed to support you in this deeper quest for connecting to the essence of who we are, right? And I feel that as teachers of yoga, it's tremendously valuable for us to find pathways to accessing this for ourselves and becoming channels through which this can be related and fed to students. I feel that the yoga teacher in many ways is the gateway for a student's connection and experience of yoga. So there's a lot of onus on the teacher of yoga to become educated themselves so that they can broaden the experience, the possibility, the offering of yoga to students who come in. I'm curious, Ryan, how do you feel as a teacher that your journey of yoga began, and how has your own education and deepening in the language and the culture of yoga sort of influenced your teaching, and how do you bring it through into your students?
Yeah, man, it's probably around 17 years I started teaching, and the more I learn, the more I know I don't know. I had a cool experience with Mr. Iyengar, and he's very fierce teacher, right? And he had one of his senior students and one of her students in front of her, and he asked everybody to use the pillar to balance. He was showing an action in Garudasana in the leg, and he stops the class, and the senior teacher didn't think she needed the pillar. And so Iyengar stopped the class and he says, "You should learn from Judy. She's using the pillar." And Mr. Iyengar wasn't very humble very often, but at this point he was. He said, "You think you're a senior teacher?" He said, "I'm a junior teacher." And he'd been teaching 75 years. "I'm a junior teacher, but I'm a senior learner. And that's why I can teach you." And I really took that on, and I've tried to remain a student. Like, as a beginner teacher, I did a couple of trainings and I thought I knew something, and my ego got a little bit out of control. But as I've studied and practiced, I realized if I want to pay respect to the tradition and to my teachers and their teachers, boom, 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 and the source, then I need to steep myself in it, and I need to continually be a student. Otherwise, I feel like the energy, I'm not paying respect to the practice, So I feel like it's so important to have teachers and to study the books and also to do my own practice. Otherwise, I'm a bit hypocritical. I'm not sure. So to pay so I've been trying to learn how to chant and learn Sanskrit and study the ancient texts and see what it's really about. And it's so cool to learn some of the name, like Vashistasana, the great sage, rather than side plank. Like it's a whole nother energy when you start to get to the source, I believe.
Thank you.
So yeah, as a Western teacher, I'm trying to be more of a student and be humble enough to know that I really don't know very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ramin, from talking to you earlier, it seemed that you went from a much more traditional approach to one that's less so. How did that process happen for you and why?
It is true that my entry point into the practice and process of yoga was very traditional. And I feel that that is what has really helped to mold and shape my approach in general. I had many experiences through the meditative practices predating any influence from a community or a direct teacher or being in India. So that then when it came time to looking at the scripture and having contact with the rest of the world of yoga and spiritual development, there was actually many connections that coincided with direct experience, which this is the reason why I am so committed and feel so much reverence to this process, because for me it was void of any imprinting, which then really leads me to support and develop opportunities for people to ground into a yoga that is authentically Western. So Sanskrit and of course the tradition that comes from India is so very important to respect, but what is equally important is the authentic roots which are being developed here within the West. So what if we had no access to language, even though I respect the language so much, but void of any influence of that language, does yoga as an essence still have any validity? And if it is for the entire planet, for all of the population of humanity, then in fact it goes beyond its language roots and into the essence of the heart and soul of the individual, and back into that inquiry of who am I in relation to the self, and the science that emerges, this inward science which emerges, which then takes this context which we've been creating for ourselves and then start to apply a relationship to that quality of space, which is the dynamic intelligence of everything, and allow it to then dissolve to see, well, what emerges from that. And then what is emerging from that is the essence of the language itself, of the practices of yoga, and then start to mirror that back into the ancient experiences and see, well, where is the similarity? Where is the truth within it all?
I think that's very interesting. I think that naturally happens over time. And I also hear in you something that's characteristic of a very young culture that almost feels like a young person, they're in their teens and they feel like, oh, all these things that are happening in my life, they're sort of because of me. They don't realize how much their parents have provided for them, how many things were given to them so that they could be here and learn and grow with a foundation, right? Mm-hmm. So in many ways, sometimes, we lack the recognition that, that there is a culture that has had thousands of years saying, we're not here to convert you to anything, but we've been doing this for a long time. Here's stories, here's language that you can use as a basis from which to build and grow out of. And over time, you'll find your own words for it. You'll find a way to make it your own. But we don't actually need to do it on our own. And I feel that that's part of where this colonization question comes in, because if the culture that's taking the practices from another culture feels that they're somewhat inferior because they're a lot less experienced and knowledgeable and they lack the language of it, well, they're always going to try to, defend themselves from what that other culture has to offer, rather than with humility saying, you know what, we're taking this thing, it's amazing, and we want to grow this experience in technology. How do we work together and use it so that it evolves and becomes something new in the context of this time and place, right? And that's sort of like an integrated and an inclusive approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that is what is happening.
Yes, I hope
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
In the best of it. I just want to welcome Farah to the broadcast. She's made her way in. So Farah, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm glad I was able to make it.
Yeah, actually, I do have a question for you, Farah, that only seems initially appropriate to ask you, which is, why do you feel that yoga is a practice in the West that's been largely embraced by women and it's being grown by women, whereas from the roots in India, it's been mostly men, right? So have you ever thought about this and why that might be the case?
I haven't reflected on it in the sense that I'm thinking on the spot now, but I have noticed that and observed that. And I think that there are many reasons for it. One is I think that we're in a different time in history now where we are needing more of the feminine in our world. We are needing more connection to the earth. We're needing more connection to each other. We're needing to learn how to surrender to the spirit of life. We're needing something other than ego and achievement. We're needing something other than what's been dominant in our world so far. And I think that because of that, it's natural. I think it's a natural thing because the feminine body is connected to nature, much more so than the male body anatomically, in the sense of birthing a child, in the sense of breastfeeding a child, in the sense of that mothering capacity of nurturing and caring. So I think that because that's what's needed the most, I think that women are naturally drawn in to participate in this transition that we need to make in our world.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important that everyone becomes a part of it, because it's a transition that isn't just, as we all know, the masculine and feminine both exist within every human being. And sometimes there are qualities of surrender and nourishing that I need to call within me. But sometimes there's qualities of solidity, strength, qualities of moving forward and being assertive or standing up or speaking out. So, our world needs both qualities. I just think at this moment in time, the values which have kind of dominated our world culture in terms of patriarchy and systems of exploitation and power are needing to change. And
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to speak to that for a second here. Thank you for that, Farah. And as I've been sitting quite a long time at this decolonization of yoga, and actually having a lot of conversations with Jeffrey G about this topic, what I've come to see is that the force of colonization itself takes without giving recognition. And it takes while staying on the surface level of a thing. So when we look at people wearing native headdresses for parties, we call that an act of colonization, right? Or an act of appropriation, because they've lost the significance, they've lost the meaning, and they've lost the understanding, but they're only approaching it on a surface level. And I think part of the issue is that the West has developed a system of bringing things to the world called capitalism. The very nature of everything that's brought out in the West is brought out through a lens of commerce. where in India, yoga was never brought through a lens of commerce. The ancient yogic way was to follow the path of renunciation, was to go on a pilgrimage into the ashrams. And there's an entire cultural context that supported that journey. So when you left home and you put your robes on, the entire community knew what you were doing and would support you and give you food and give you support. And you could go to the Gurukul and you could learn from the teachers. And the entire community had a context to understand the journey of the soul and truly valued the evolution of an individual's journey, where the West has no such context. And so the only way that this has been able to permeate through the West has been through the force of capitalism, which by its nature is going to detract away from the root. And so there's this beauty and this almost unholy alliance of them together that we have to deal with in today's world. And I feel like understanding that is at the root of decolonizing yoga.
I think
that's
insightful, Ramayan. And one thing that I want to note is that, within the Indian context, it was the men that were able to renounce society and go out and do that. I mean, the women were not able to do that, and they had to stay within the home. So what was their yoga, right? And now I find it interesting that yoga is coming in through the feminine, as Farah was saying, which is connecting to the child, connecting to the family, connecting to nature, to holding together and weaving the culture, right? They're not the ones to leave society. They're the ones to weave society. Right. And so, I'm interested, Jeffrey, as someone who's probably contemplated this a lot, how do you feel that yoga is empowering the feminine in the world? And why do you think it's coming much through the feminine right now?
Because I'm a poet, I make up terms for these things. So first of all, let's be clear that all of us are intergalactic cross-dressers who are in drag from life to life. We're dragging our old karmas behind us and switching from male body to female body to undecided to one thing or the other. So if we don't hold that context, we haven't gotten the first thing that we should see as our worldview. And this doesn't have to do with the language you use, though it is called samsara, swimming together through matter. But that's what we're doing according to yoga. And if so, then we have to gently peel back the layers of language and misunderstanding that have got the whole world crazy over skin color, gender, all of these things, which are entirely superficial to the individual inside, but they don't know that yet. And therefore, we're performing as yogis a new kind of delicate surgery, a kind of atmaectomy. We're cutting away the things that are obscuring the atma. And then we should be asking, what is the essence of femininity? I'm a Jyotishi. So in Vedic astrology, the moon is the essence of femininity, and the sun is the essence of masculinity. So these two celestial bodies, one, a cycle for a man is a year. For a woman, it's a month, her month. And she's not pregnant for 9 months, but 280 days, 10 times 28 of her months. So once again, our vocabulary in the West is devoid of terms for the feminine divine and the feminine as one of the components of nature as we're experiencing it. So I again have to vote for, I have a little funny story about this, but I'll tell you, just think of yoga as the white blood cells of our body. Now, am I being racist when I say white blood cells? I didn't invent that. The white blood cells are one of the blood cell types that show up that way under the microscope, though it's not a prejudicial term. They're part of the defense or immune system of the body. So what if females, as the nurturer of life, producer of life, protector of life, in all of its most fundamental principles, are under attack right now? So what if Mata Bhumi, Mother Earth's immune system, is activating and making more yogis? What if yoga is the activation of Mother Earth's immune system? I'll just leave you with a thought. In Sanskrit, our planet Earth is called Bhumi, B-H-U-M-I. The word bhu in Sanskrit gives us the English word to be. This is who we be. I'm from Detroit originally, where we say, yo, what it be? I had all color friends growing up, and all of us were friends. So boo me, the B got dropped and it became who me. And the other thing we said is, yo, homie, homie and human are from Mata Bhumi. We are Bhumi beings. We are not mankind. We are Bhumi kind. We are the beings born from Mother Earth. And so is every other living entity on the planet. Our civilization is materialistic and acquisitive. And so it's taken nouns from all over the planet, but meaning words it refuses to take because that would change its fundamental premises, which are not very clear and specific. So colonization was taking everyone's things, their land, their dignity, enslaving them. And those from Mata Bhumi would immediately go, how could you do that? Don't you see that they're an Atma? Don't you see that they're all part of Bhumi? Don't you see that we're all connected? Don't you see that these bodies are the karma and they produce that body from their last lifetime's actions? This is all yoga that we're supposed to hold, and this is the answer, the big view and not the small one.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Mahatma. A Maha-Atma holds the big view, and therefore there's room for everyone. They appreciate everyone, they honor everyone, and they see everyone as Bhumi Putra, not mankind. The Sanskrit word is manas. Thinking, feeling, willing, memory is manas. We are called manushya. We are the kind of beings who've activated their thinking, feeling, willing, and memory, and can therefore do yoga. We are manushyas, not male or female, and we are Bhumi beings.
Thank you. Thank you. Very, very insightful, and for sharing that, the power of that download through the language. Farah, since we didn't get you for most of the panel, I just want to turn back to you again. And one of the questions I asked was a way in which you see yoga being represented in the world today that feels like a disservice to yoga, that feels kind of like a colonization of the yoga practice. Have you given some thought to that? And if so, can you share it with us? And what I wanted also from you is, because I know that you weave in a lot of, I would say, heart-based work in the yoga, right? Around emotions, around communications. And how do you feel that this is an extension of your expression of yoga and as a yoga practice? So 2 different questions, but putting them out there for you.
So what do I see as a big disservice to yoga?
Yeah, that you've noticed over the years, that you've been a practitioner for a long time.
Yeah, I would say the sexualization of women's bodies and yoga. So women in bikinis doing poses on the beach really, for me, represents the ultimate commercialization and objectification and patriarchy all combined into one package. And the other part that I think has really done a disservice to yoga is the commercialization of yoga, because, you know, as Ramin mentioned, and some of you have probably also mentioned, you know, a big part of yoga is the renunciation of letting go of the endless desires that our material world fuels. And so I think that when I see yoga becoming a product rather than a practice, it's I think really a disservice to the essence of what it's about. And the question of what what work I do in terms of integrating emotional intelligence in the field of yoga, I think of it like this. I have a disciplined practice, a disciplined sadhana that requires discipline and commitment and dedication and commitment even when I don't feel like doing it. And then I have another practice when I step off of the mat, which requires me to be really receptive. Just like that quality of moon that Jeffrey was talking about. And when I am receptive and with another person, it fundamentally changes the dynamic between us. And I think that in some ways, as a culture, we've lost the ability to learn how to listen to each other, how to hear underneath the words, how to really connect from heart to heart rather than from the level of mind where we're debating right or wrong or putting forth one view over another rather than really trying to hear and listen. And that listening also applies to myself in terms of when things don't go as I expect them to do. And then where does my mind go? What are the things that I grasp to externally to comfort me? That ability to listen internally really is what I feel is the practice of yoga, and that ability to be receptive when others are with us and we're listening for something deeper than their words. And we're trying to hear what is alive in them and what is really present in the moment. And that's a skill that I'm really inspired by these days.
Thank you. Thank you, Farah. I just want to go a little deeper on this first thing that you touched on, which is around the sexualization, because what do you feel is a healthy response to it? As a woman, how do you respond to it? How do you call it out or feed into it? Or what do you think is part of the practice of changing it if we feel that it's a disservice?
I've spent a lot of time thinking about judgment and, how judgment creates a barrier between people. And at the same time, I've really thought about how important it is for me to be discerning in my choices. And I had a student who once said, being an example isn't one way of teaching, it's the only way. And when I think of my own guru and my relationship with him, so much of what I learn comes through his example and who he is. And so when I have a reaction or I see something that I think really is not a good representation of the essence of yoga, I really feel it's important for me just to be even more discerning about the choices I make, the kind of clothing that I wear when I'm teaching, or the kinds of behaviors I have when I'm in public and I might be in, I don't know. I think we are always a yoga teacher, even when we're not teaching. And so who we are, and the example we are is so important. And I don't feel, I'm not a fan of calling people out. I don't think that is a very skillful and effective strategy. I mean, I can think of even when I became vegetarian or becoming vegan, what strategy really is effective in inviting people to change? And I definitely have found love, an example, probably the most effective arsenals we can use in the work that we do.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for voicing that and presencing that. I feel that's a beautiful way to actually bring our panel to a close. A couple of those examples which is to be an example. That's the most powerful thing that we can do for those of us that are listening, which is to embody it as much as we can ourselves. And as we do that, we inspire others to do the same. As Jeffrey G said, yoga is not about coercion, and it's not about shaming or blaming. It's really about us getting clear on what it is for ourselves and how to live in alignment with it. And as we do, we naturally inspire others to do the same. We empower others to step into that possibility. And I feel that's why yoga can be one of the most important and powerful forces of shifting consciousness on our planet, because it starts with an inside job. And the more that we align with our ethics, and the more that we align with our true essence, and we find ways to embody it, the more that we create that possibility for others. And I really believe that that's really the path forward for many of us. So thank you, all of you panelists who came today. I was talking with Ramin the other day, and I said, this conversation is happening with people that have loved yoga so much and have gone to the sources of yoga and found ways to really get soaked in it. And as a result, we're finding ways as we bring it into the culture, which is how can we meet the culture of today to support it finding a adaptive response to the contemporary challenges of our time, to the realities of our time. And so, I honor all of you and those of you that are listening, that are going to the sources, so that you can actually become a vessel and become an agent of bringing this new adaptive responsive yoga to our time. So thank you for doing it, and know that it's a powerful thing for us to be able to do. All you panelists, thank you for joining. Thank you so much, and look forward to seeing you soon. Since the beginning of time, humans have looked into the sky and wondered, who am I? Why am I here? What is this existence? The first yogis and meditators were the ones who turned inwards in search of these answers. And what they discovered was a reality so profound and subtle that their vision of life was transformed. These mystic yogis experienced the divine. They saw all of life as a unity in diversity, kept in balance by cosmic laws and connected by a source of consciousness. Their teachings became the spiritual paths that guide seekers to have this experience for themselves, reminding us that the truth we seek is within us, and that learning to live in harmony and wisdom is the journey of every soul. On June 21st, join us for World Yoga Day in an online yoga experience where you meet teachers and fellow seekers that deepen your connection to spirit, offering creativity, consciousness, and education for the soul. Explore different aspects of yoga as a mystical science that supports you on the journey within.
Passion, connection, trust. The things that we seek in others so often are right here inside ourselves. Sometimes we forget, but it's easy to remember. It's as simple as taking this breath, to find a rhythm there and to follow it. The more we make a habit of going inside, the better we become at channeling our awareness. We become mindful of who we are and why we're here. And like a child, we can make a game of this beautiful dance, commit it to memory, and practice its steps, so that who we are deep inside begins to shine outwardly into the world. The science of self is a practice of allowing the body, breath, and mind to act as a tool to align with your purpose in every moment. It's an invitation to direct consciousness, the gift of experiencing a moment for what it truly is.
Namaste, everybody. We're back here with the World Yoga Day broadcast. And we're going to take a little bit of time, since we've just explored a number of subjects around the colonization of yoga, around the tradition and teaching of yoga, around the language of yoga, to speak a little bit about the 8 limbs of yoga. And the 8 limbs of yoga is put forth by the sage Patanjali. Patanjali, while many people have called him to be the father of yoga, he really isn't the father of yoga, but he lived shortly after the time of the Buddha, and he was a spiritual genius who compiled many of the paths, practices, essence, and teaching of yoga into the Yoga Sutras. And the Yoga Sutras have become a manual of yoga practice that has stood the test of time. Many people now have, in yoga teacher trainings across the world, been exposed to the Yoga Sutras. And sutra means actually a thread. And these sutras are terse sayings, threads that when woven together produce a beautiful garland that guides us into the path and the practice of yoga. So what are the 8 limbs of yoga? Well, we'll start with the first. The first is the yamas. And yamas are ethical observances. It's recognized in the Yoga Sutras that in order to proceed more deeply in the path and practice of yoga, and to experience the state of yoga, which is a state of unity when our mind is still, like the waters of a lake, that it must be built upon a solid foundation of conduct. The first of these is ahimsa, and ahimsa is non-violence. Now, it is in many cultures of the world that we've been advised to do unto others as you should have them do for you. Have them do to you. So ahimsa is living in the world in such a way that you don't have the intention nor the action to cause harm to another being. Why is this so important? Well, simply look around the world today, how much violence there is spread around the world. And as a result of this violence, what a lack of peacefulness there is. In the Bhagavad Gita, it's written, ahimso paramo dhamma, which means ahimsa is the highest dharma. If we were to take one of the ethics of yoga practice and practice it sincerely, that would make a huge impact upon our lives and the lives of others. It would be that of nonviolence. And this violence also turns in towards ourselves. Our attitudes, our opinions, our harsh judgments and criticisms, these turn inwards upon ourselves as we inflict violence on ourselves as we beat each other up. So it's important to recognize that this practice of nonviolence is not just an outer practice, but it's an inner practice, and that the seeds of violence are rooted within our own minds. The next yama is satya, and satya is truthfulness. To speak truth, while it sounds simple, it's actually a very difficult thing to do, because we are trained from a young age to actually be untruthful. We look at the examples of those around us and we notice that there are so many compromises. People are not really saying what they really think or what they really feel, right? So much of the work in yoga is coming back to that essence of what we really think, what we really feel, what we really believe, and speaking that. What kind of clarity would we have in our life if we were to connect to our place of authenticity and speak truth, right? Look at how much misunderstanding and division there is in the world, especially today, because we have media outlets that we can't trust, because the ethic of truthfulness is not present. So by bringing truthfulness into our own lives, it begins to expand outwardly to the other areas of society, so that there's this general sense of trust that what is said is what is meant. Right? So truthfulness is essential within yoga practice. There's a wonderful story. Once upon a time, Truth was walking and encountered Lie. And Lie said to Truth, "Truth, what a beautiful day it is." And Truth said, yes, indeed, it is a beautiful day, but he knows that Lie tends to lie, so he wasn't very trusting of him. And Lie says, it's such a beautiful day. Why don't we go take a dip in the lake? And Truth says, no, I don't want to go swim with you. And Lie goes and puts his toe inside the lake, and he says, but the water is so pleasant. And Truth goes in, and he puts his toe in the lake, and he says, wow, Lie's telling the truth. The water is pleasant. So Truth takes off its clothes and jumps inside the water with Lie, and he dives deep underneath the surface for a nice swim. And when he comes, and his head comes over the surface, he looks around, and Lie is nowhere to be seen. And he sees Lie then running off in the distance with the clothes of Truth wrapped around him. And they say that even today, many times, Lie is masquerading with the clothes of Truth. So remembering that it's so important for us to remember that Truth is who we are beyond our clothing and our projections, and to remember that as we move through the world and practice truthfulness. The third of the yamas is asteya. Asteya is translated as non-stealing. Non-stealing is so important in order to have trusting relationships with other people. Right? We all know what it's like to have something stolen from us and how it creates a sense of division and distrust that makes it difficult to trust our fellow man or woman. So by practicing non-stealing, we are creating the foundations and the conditions of trust. Not only that, in the Yoga Sutras, it said that through the practice of non-stealing, we actually attract abundance, right? So by being willing to sincerely ask for what we want and being willing to receive it without the attitude of trying to take, we open ourselves to receive it naturally through life. Furthermore, when we steal from others, we then suspect that others could be stealing from us. So we cannot have a calm mind because we're always looking around our shoulders to see if things are being stolen from us. So that's why non-stealing is very important. The fourth is brahmacharya. Brahmacharya is translated literally to graze upon the divine or divine conduct. Here you can see that we have Saraswati pictured upon a lotus leaf. Saraswati as the goddess of wisdom, purity, speech, really helps us to connect with the essence of whatever purifies a person, goddess of creativity in the arts. And her vehicle is the swan, and the swan is the vehicle for discernment. There's a saying in India that the swan is a mythical bird. When I say mythical in the sense that it has a mythical capacity to be able to separate milk from water, right? So we have to be able to discern our actions of what is it that is pure and what is impure. Often brahmacharya is translated as celibacy, right? And in the context of a modern life, it means to regulate our sexual energies in a noble way that is connected to our higher self. Once upon a time, Saraswati was actually created out of the body of Brahma. And Brahma, upon seeing the beauty of Saraswati, was entranced by her and began to lust after her. So his eyes started to chase her with intensity, and Saraswati, trying to escape his lustful gaze, moved in one direction. And Brahma then grew ahead so that he could track her in that direction. Then she went in another direction, and Brahma grew another head. In each of these four directions, she fled, but each time Brahma grew ahead, until she fled upward, and Brahma grew a fifth head above him and tracked Saraswati up into the sky, where she fled to Lord Shiva, asking him for protection. Shiva, seeing that Brahma had been possessed by lust and forgetting himself as actually a creator, took his trident and took off Brahma's head. And Brahma came to his senses and recognized that he was actually lusting after his consort Saraswati, and that this was not an appropriate action. And forgetting himself as a creator, coming to his senses, apologized to Saraswati, and they became partners again in co-creation. So when it comes to brahmacharya, it's recognizing where are we actually losing our connection to our essence? Where are we losing ourselves by being caught into the passions of lust that end up becoming so destructive in our lives and the lives of others. Regulating our sexual energy in a healthy way is very important part of a balanced life and a yogic practice for someone who's on the practice of yoga. Then the next and final of the yamas is aparigraha. Aparigraha means non-clinging. Right? Now, you can see from this image here that there's this progressive letting go where you allow life to flow through like sands through your fingers. Right? By not clinging to things, we allow things to naturally be as they are. Something that Guruji Srivas spoke in the beginning of our yoga day, which is being in our natural state. Right? It also means not being greedy, not clinging and holding on to our desires and needs for so many possessions, because this clutters up our life and prevents us from living in an open-hearted state of giving and receiving. Once upon a time, there was a sadhu who is a holy man who was passing through a village, and a villager saw that the sadhu had nothing but a bowl and a robe. And the villager said, "Sadhu, how is it? How can you be happy with nothing but a bowl and a robe?" And the sadhu said to the villager, "Well, tell me, this cow that you're holding, is he yours?" He says, "Yes, of course. You can see by the rope that I'm holding this cow, so the cow is mine." He says, "Tell me, if you let go of the rope and the cow starts to walk away, will you chase after the cow wherever it goes?" He says, "Yes, of course. It's my cow. I'm attached to it. Anywhere it goes, I have to follow it." So then he said, "Then tell me, is it you that owns the cow, or is it the cow that owns you?" So the essence and idea within aparigraha non-clinging is recognizing that whatever we possess also in some way possesses us. So we have to create a distance between what we have and be willing to allow it to come and go as all material things in life go through this process of change. Then we can be more at peace. The next aspect of the limbs of yoga are the niyamas. Now, the niyamas are the behaviors that lead to self-realization. Right? Now, the first of these niyamas is socha, which means purity. We have to seek how to purify our body and mind so that we are able to open ourselves to the deeper experiences of yoga. All of you know what it's like to walk into a cluttered or messy room. It feels oppressive. We can't really be at ease. Whereas we walk into a very clean room, we feel a sense of peace. So cleanliness in our outer environment is essential in the practice of yoga and begins to translate into the cleanliness of our inner environment. And there's many yogic practices that help to do this, but as we can see very simply living in a way that is natural. So eating natural foods, plant-based or healthy diet, drinking pure water, breathing clean air, and making these as the mainstay of the inputs that come into our body helps it to stay pure. Then the next of the niyamas is santosh, and santosh means contentment. You can see here an image of Krishna as a child, was very playful. Right? So when we're content with what we have, there's a general sense of playfulness and ease in our life. So contentment is very important on the yoga path, because when we want what we already have and we have what we want, we are able to simply be at ease with what we have in our life, what we're experiencing in our life. Contentment is one of the key qualities in living a peaceful and happy life, right? And it allows us to focus on what really matters. If we're always in a state of discontent, we're always looking outside what we can do to be able to relieve it. And we begin to move towards peoples and situations and relationships that distract us from being present in this moment. Yeah. So contentment is very important in one of these behaviors. The next three become the foundations of what's called Kriya Yoga. One is tapasya, which is discipline. And this discipline includes the discipline of our senses. Discipline connects with our sense of tapas, which in yoga is the building of heat. And this heat is needed for us to have the fire of transformation in our lives. So tapasya is our disciplined practice that helps dissolve obstacles in our life as we move towards our goals. And in the case of yoga, helps us to dissolve obstacles towards establishing in ourselves a state of equanimity. The next one is svadhyaya, and svadhyaya is self-study or introspection. The great sage Hermes said, as within, so without, as above, so below, as the universe, so the soul. Through svadhyaya, we seek to really get a deeper understanding of who we really are, connecting to that question of who am I? In the classical tradition of the Yoga Sutras, this includes studying the ancient texts by which other beings who've realized the deepest truths to these questions have spoken across the generations so that it can reach to us. And by studying these, it stimulates a deeper sense of contemplation as to who we are. The other is through japa, or through using recitations, mantras. Right? In modern times, it might even be core sayings or affirmations that bring us into connection with the deeper source of our being. And through using these great sayings or utterances, it helps establish us in a state of contemplating our true or essential nature. The third is Ishvara Pranidhana, which is devotion or surrender. In the text of the Yoga Sutras, devotion of surrender can either be to a chosen God, a God of our understanding, a deity, an archetype that really draws us with a sense of humility and gratitude and reverence. It can also be turning in towards the source of our own being and surrendering to the source of our own being. Whatever it is you choose, devotion and surrender open us to this place of receptivity and allow love to flow through us, and also invite the possibility of grace. Right? And through grace, we're lifted beyond our limitations. We are able to experiencing something that's greater than the obstacles and the little blinders that our mind creates for us as our hearts open, right, to the divine. From there, we go into the rest of the 8 limbs of yoga. Asana, which I'm sure many of you know, right? Which is the physical poses and practices in yoga. The 2 qualities that Patanjali recommends in asana is sthira and sukham, which is to remain stable and at ease. The 4th of the limbs of yoga is pranayam, which is the practice of the breath. So conscious breathing, refining our breath so that we are able to be more energized in our life, but also as we connect deeper to the subtle possibility and science of the breath, to be able to adjust our energy system to find a place of equilibrium, or to elevate our energy system to meet different demands of life. Conscious breathing is a vast and essential part of yoga practice that starts to harmonize our energy so that we can experience different states of mind. Then the 5th limb of yoga is pratyahara. And pratyahara is the control of the senses. So through this sense control, you can see in the image of this card that there are 5 horses which represent the 5 senses: touch, taste, sight, smell, and sound. Now, even if you haven't ridden a horse, you can imagine that if you were in a chariot with 5 horses and they were all running in different directions, how chaotic that would be. So within pratyahara, we're relating to our senses in a way where they stop running outwardly in all these different directions, but we are able to direct them inwards so that we can connect to the subtle messages, the subtle awareness of our senses. And this supports us in going into the 6th limb of yoga, which is dharana. Dharana is the practice of concentration. Developing one-pointed concentration is so essential in the practice of yoga, because as yoga is drawing us deeper and deeper inside, it's important that our minds are able to place attention in one point and hold our attention in one point. If we can hold our attention on something for a sustained period of time, the secrets of what that thing is, whether it's an object, a situation, or relationship, will open itself, will reveal itself to us. So as we learn to develop sustained attention on any object, we prepare ourselves for the next limb of yoga, which is dhyan or meditation. Meditation is nowadays spoken of in so many different ways. In the context of the Yoga Sutras, meditation is absolutely essential, right, in deepening our ability to train our mind to enter into a state of flow, a place in which our attention rests upon the object of contemplation. And in the process of doing this, our ability to access the deeper understanding and layers of our mind opens up to us. In that sense, meditation is actually essential to the path and practice and process of yoga. And this meditation can take place on many, 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 many different objects. There's not just one kind of meditation. One can meditate upon the sun, the moon, the stars, the plants, the breath, the body, right? The idea with it is that meditation become more aware of life, and these other limbs of yoga are helping us develop this muscle of meditation, this capacity of meditation, so that we can bring it into different aspects of our interest, so that it can open up a rich inner world for us. Right? In the process of getting more and more fluent in meditation, we start to be able to access the 8th limb of yoga, which is the limb of samadhi. And samadhi is access and experience to the state of oneness, right? Where the distance between the observer and the observed get closer and closer and closer and closer until we experience a sense of unity and oneness with whatever it is that we are contemplating. Now, in the Yoga Sutras, there's a whole book dedicated to samadhi, to exploring the states and stages of samadhi, different levels of samadhi. So samadhi isn't just one thing, but it is a state that has different levels. But something is common in samadhi. One is that when we go into samadhi, we have a profound insight, an internal insight and experience and realization that doesn't come from the outside. Samadhi, the insight that comes from a samadhi, grows and flowers from within and becomes integrated in part of us, right? And the second is that we experience a shift in our state of consciousness as a result of accessing and entering samadhi. So yoga can be seen as this inner science, Raja Yoga, or the 8 limbs of yoga, as an inner science that helps us have access to this profound state of experience known as samadhi, and which in modern terms is being known and explored as the flow state, right? That the state of flow is considered to be the optimal state of human experience. And so yoga is allowing us to connect through the heart, integrating the body and mind, so that we are able to enter into a state, as Guruji Srivas said, of participation with the larger energies of life, connecting ourselves to the world and nature and to the cosmic whole, and to remember that this is actually quite a natural process, that this is already our natural state. So one of the invitations in this World Yoga Day is to recognize that yoga is a rich practice with so much to learn, so much to explore, so many possibilities. All the images that you just saw come from a deck that I created called the Inner Path deck. It's available online through the Mystic Yogi. So if you want to be able to use this as a tool to go deeper into your yoga practice, you're invited to go and learn more about that. We have so many tools for the outer practice of yoga. We have blocks, we have mats, we have straps, but not many for the inner practice of yoga. And I feel it's an important part of our time as we get more and more connected to the inner dimension of yoga, to the creative possibility of yoga, to start using tools that help us to access the deeper possibilities of what yoga has to offer and then bring it into our life. So that is one tool that is available to you that's been a heart offering, and I hope you avail yourself of it. For those of you who are listening today, there's also another thing that we've made available through the Mystic Yogi, and that is a program called Karma to Dharma. Karma and dharma are two of the most important terms in the philosophy and spirituality of the East. And when we orient ourselves to the depth of what karma and dharma mean, it can make a huge influence on how we approach our own sense of self-development and how we pursue a path of purpose, how we find a sense of living with balance and harmony in the world. So in this program, we unpack the word karma and explore how it is related to our patterns of how we relate to the world, and also our memory that we carry that determines our experience of life. And then we explore and unpack the word dharma as a term that connects us to the essence of life, to the cosmic principles, to the universal laws of nature that yoga is intending to give us connection and access to. And then how we bring this teaching into our lives so that we can use the teachings of the spiritual traditions, or what we call the Dharma traditions, to refine our karma so that it's more easy for us to move through life with less friction and to create a life that we really want, a life that's in harmony with what our natural inclination is, right? Which is to have what we want in life. We are powerful creators, and we have this body and mind that are designed to help us to create the life that we want. And once we understand the nature of how it's connected through our karma and how to refine that karma through our relationship with the Dharma, then we start to find more and more harmony in our life, and we attract the things that we really want. So that's available free for anybody who's here on World Yoga Day. You can go onto the website and register for that if you wish. So I hope you enjoyed that introduction to the 8 limbs of yoga. Perhaps it's expanded your perspective, or if you already know about the 8 limbs, provided you some kind of insight into the path and practice of Raja Yoga. And now, in order to take this science of self, the science of yoga, into another level of conversation, we're going to invite Ramin Peiro back with us. He was on the panel previously, and Ramin is the founder of the Science of Self, who is also one of our partners in World Yoga Day. And they have curated a pranayama practice and an asana practice, which is going to take place after our conversation, so that you can experience this yogic science within your body and mind more deeply. So, Ramin, are you here with us?
Yes, thank you. Hello.
Hi, Ramin. Thank you. Thank you again for coming back and for joining us. So tell us about the Science of Self. What a compelling name, so universal. And it's almost like there's this Raja Yoga, and then there's like Science of Self. How have you understood Science of Self? Why do you call it this?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that Science of Self is very honored to be with you here today and World Yoga Day and Unify. So thank you for having us. The Science of Self is exactly that, within that simplicity. It is an understanding of how an individual is relating to their environment. Understanding that what we've been given is a piece of technology, and we are in the opportunity of understanding how that works. So within the tradition of yoga, we've been given tools to understand this piece of technology, one being physical posture. And it's important to understand that within physical posture, we don't need to do a huge amount of posture. What we need to do is the correct elements of the posture in order to begin to unwind this incredible genius of physical body, which is designed to hold pattern, to hold memory. And once we allow the body a moment to let go of its duty and then reconnect again, what it's reconnecting to is the experience of now. What exists within the experience of now is new formed perspective with clear lens for us to begin to proceed within the experience of life. So when we start to apply breathing with awareness into that quality of space that we have just developed within the body, what we begin to experience is inspiration and life, which again is connected to the experience of the moments of now, which is very present within the immediate but future forward. This combination is preparing the body, toning the nervous system, and allowing the mind the opportunity for its expansion, but also its grounding into the source experience to begin to achieve higher levels of our awakeness, of our formed consciousness. And this is very, very much in the reach of every human being that exists on this planet. And it is a self-science. So it's a combination of subjective experiences that come through technique, and then developing our subjective understanding of what we're experiencing to such a level where we can become very objective within our analysis of what we're experiencing, so that we're not fooling ourselves. We're becoming very, very linear in our approach of what is a quiet mind and what exists there.
So I have a question. How is it that you feel that through breathing, through asana, through meditation, as a science of self, how does it help us to maintain that state of objectivity or being an observer? You know, for someone who's listening to this saying, oh, how does it connect, right? How does it translate to that?
Well, I mean, again, within the simplicity, and sometimes we see it as being complex, but the reality is that we perceive, we have perception of what our experience is. And the perception is often based upon the past, and which then tints the reality, and we begin to react to our experiences in a certain way. Where when we place just a simple technique of movement of body and rhythm of breath, we actually begin to influence the communication that happens within that space. And it's a very physical reality, this quality of space. It's the flow of the body, the fluid of the body that is connected within the connective tissue. That communication, as it expands and contracts, then frames the mind completely differently. It frames the mind to see in a new light. So that which was triggering us from a trauma or suppressing us into a depression, now all of a sudden on an immediate level we feel better, which then is the momentum that we need in order to move us forward. But that is all part and parcel of the mechanism of the human vessel, the human body. As it expands and contracts, it's always renewing.
Love that. And I'm sure many people who just hear this can know that experience, that they're in one state, they get into their mat or they go to a yoga class, they do some breathing, some asana, and they're in a different state. And you know, the problem that they were experiencing before has become completely different now, right?
That's right.
And you know, as someone, I've been a student of Dr. Gabor Mate in Compassionate Inquiry, where we do trauma-based psychotherapy. And there's a couple of mantras that I've taken away from him. One is that the issues are in the tissues, right? A lot of these issues or these perspectives, they're living in our tissues, in our bodies. So by learning through the breathing and moving our body in a mindful way, we can connect to what these issues are and we can move them, right? And the other one is that we have to feel in order to heal. So these things that are in us, if we allow ourselves to feel them, but to feel them from an observer state, to fully experience them as they are, then healing naturally happens, right? It seems to me that, your platform, through people going through and participating in what you've offered, this will be a way in which it benefits them.
And that is the beacon. So the beacon is the consistency within all of that. There's a constant, right. And that constant is most definitely on our side. There's an element of well-being. So no matter how far we stray away from that alignment, we always come back as human beings. And that's that source experience that is most mystical and magical, but also simple, ordinary, and everyday. It is a part of our being. So to continually come back to that, and you're exactly right that it is within the tissue, and we must be able to feel in order to move through to that place of understanding. So it's a returning back to again and again that simple quality of breath. When you inhale, you immediately feel good. You immediately feel better no matter what state you're in, because it's independent of thought.
Yeah.
It's communicating at a completely different rate, a quickness. So something that we can always rely back into. When we inhale, exhale, we know that we become centered again, no matter where we are within the mental experience.
Well, on that inhale, exhale, we're about to go through a pranayama practice that you've curated, and that's going to be your voice that's speaking through the pranayama practice. So is there anything else that you want to introduce before we invite everybody who's on this broadcast to now experience the breath for themselves and that science of breath? We're going to shift our state and then have asana practice that's going to unfold. So if you have a chance and you have a yoga mat and you're able to watch this, Science of Self with the guidance of Ramin have created a beautiful breath and asana practice for us. Is there anything that you want to say before we start the video on the practices, or should we just go into it?
In both of those, to hold the body just very softly, very lightly. In the realm of breathing practice, we want to position ourselves comfortably so that then the physical body is able to dissolve, meaning our holding of the physical body lightens to the point where we can be very, very receptive to the inhale, exhale, and the breathing which is occurring. Within the physical practice, we want to align the tips of the toes to the tips of the fingers, the pelvic floor to the crown of the head in every movement that we're in. So as long as we have that connectivity occurring, alignment is clear and strong, and we're actually creating the connectivity in order to take us to that next place of understanding and ultimate realization.
Wow. Okay. Well, let's see how far we get within that in the next 45 minutes. Regardless, I know it's going to tap us into this side every day.
Every day.
Wonderful. Okay, so for those of you listening, get comfortable and set yourself up for the practice. And then after the breath practice and the asana practice, we're coming back in with Blair Francis and Ramayan Ananda, who are going to take us into an experience of yoga for the heart. Right? Kirtan, in a way, I've heard Krishna Das say that kirtan and chanting is like asanas for the mind, for the heart, sorry. The chanting's like asanas for the heart. So while we do the physical asanas, where they're going to come in through mantra and then open our hearts and then expand it through a meditation for including everybody in the planet on World Yoga Day. So please participate in the practice and stay on for the chanting. Thank you.
Sitting comfortably onto the cushion, block, bolster, floor, or your favorite chair. What we're looking for is that your pelvis is up a little bit higher than the knees so that then your vertebrae can stack comfortably one upon the next. And you have free access to your breathing. For the energizing breathing technique, we want to bring first finger to thumb and resting hands onto the knees. Let's begin by taking full deep breaths in and out of the body, closing the eyes gently. And with each breath, we want to work towards balancing each inhalation to every other inhalation and each exhalation to every other exhalation. We can do this by counting as we inhale, finding our top number, and counting as we exhale, finding that depth of number. And just match each inhalation to every other inhalation and each exhalation to every other exhalation. Now softening the breathing, we're going to apply that balanced breath technique into a more dynamic structure. Bellows breathing, also known as Bhastrika. Within Bhastrika or bellows breathing technique, we draw the breath in and press the breath out as equally as we can. To demonstrate, you can open the eyes if you've not done the sequence before. And watching closely as we take a full exhale, and then a strong inhale, and a strong exhale. Repeat. We want to pick up momentum. We want about a medium-paced breath. We can start whenever you're ready. Exhale, inhale, just connecting to the rhythm. We want the rib cage, the chest, the diaphragm, and the belly all working together. Breathing through the nose. The whole body is involved as you draw the breath in, press the breath out. You can even feel it through the limbs. You can keep going. And take a full exhale, chin to the chest. And we can retain, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Inhale fully. Exhale completely. Once again, inhale fully. Exhale completely. One more deep breath. Inhale fully. Exhale completely. And Bhastrika, drawing the breath in and pressing it out. The whole body is involved. You can feel the expansion, the contraction, the pressing of the energy flow within the body as it expands. Exhale fully, chin to the chest, retain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Inhale fully, 3 deep breaths. And once again, Bhastrika. Drawing the breath in, pressing the breath out. some there may be a point where you want to pause on your own. You feel like the body has had enough and you're going to take a few rest breaths and then continue on. That is advised, and the body will strengthen and tone. Exhale fully, chin to the chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Inhale, 3 deep breaths. Then we can soften our breathing. Noticing any effects, changes, lightness, clarity, grounding. Moving on to Kapalabhati. Same rhythmic breath, slightly different positioning of focus within the movement of the body and the breath. Let's start by taking a full deep inhale, a complete exhale, one more deep inhale. We can open the eyes if we need a little bit more clarity on the technique. Complete exhale. And now the belly is going to become soft, and we're going to inhale, the belly is going to come out. Exhale, we're going to draw the belly in towards the spine. So the exhalation is the focus of the technique. So we can watch here if we need more instruction as Kathleen begins. Exhale, exhale. The focus is on the exhale. The inhalation is coming quite naturally into the body. We can begin whenever you feel ready. Exhale fully, chin to the chest. Retain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Inhale. And complete exhale. Once again, inhaling, exhaling. One more, inhale, exhale, and Kapalabhati. The emphasis is on the exhale. The belly comes out and in. Exhale fully, chin to the chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Inhale. Complete exhale, 3 breaths. And once again, Kapalabhati. Exhale fully. Chin to the chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Inhale and complete exhale. After 3 deep breaths, we can now soften the breathing. Bringing your gaze to the point between the eyebrows. Hold the gaze there. You can see the natural light produced there. Keeping the eyes closed, bring your gaze to the point just there in front of you. Let's increase the intensity of the gaze so we're canceling out any other thought. And once again, softening the gaze. And very gently, slowly, we can allow the eyes to open. Standing to the front of the mat, placing your palms to the center of the chest in Anjali Mudra, setting your intention here for today's practice. Listen closely to the center sounds found deep into the core of the body. There, hear the universal mantra, Om. Hands can come down, gently open the eyes. Inhale, let's bring the arms up. Lean back, pressing the palms. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale, step the right foot back, dropping to the right knee and look up. Exhale, left foot comes back into downward facing dog. Inhale, exhale, plank, and then lowering onto your knees, chest, chin, pause. Inhale, cobra pose, pelvis stays to the floor, squeeze the elbows, look up. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, bringing left foot forward, between the hands, dropping down to the right knee. Once again, look up. Exhale, right foot comes forward, we fold forward. Inhale, reaching all the way up, pressing the palms, bend the knees slightly, lean back. And exhale, hands to the center of the chest, and then Samastitihi. Inhale, bringing the arms up. Lean back. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale, left foot forward, steps back. Dropping down to the knee, looking up, opening up the chest. Exhale, into downward facing dog. Inhale into plank, exhale, lowering, knees, chest, chin, pause. Inhale, cobra pose, looking up, opening the chest. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, right foot comes forward, dropping to the left knee, drop the pelvis, lift the chest, look up. Exhale, left foot comes forward, fold. Inhale, we come all the way up. Pressing the palms, bending the knee slightly, lean back. And exhale, hands to the center of the chest and Samastitihi. Once again, inhale, bring the arms up, lean back. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale, stepping right foot back, dropping to the knee, look up. Exhale, left foot comes back, downward dog. Inhale, plank, exhale, lowering knees, chest, chin. Inhale into cobra. Exhale, downward dog. Inhale, bringing left foot forward, dropping to the right knee, looking up. Exhale, stepping right foot forward, fold forward. Inhale, let's come all the way up, pressing the palms, lean back. Exhale, hand to the center of the chest, and Samastitihi, equal pose. Inhale, bringing the arms up, lean back. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale, left foot steps back. Equestrian pose, dropping the knee, lifting the chest, chin. Exhale into downward dog. Inhale into plank. Exhale, Ashtanga Namaskar Asana, knees, chest, chin. Pause. Inhale into cobra. Exhale into downward dog. Inhale, right foot comes forward, dropping to the left knee, looking up. Exhale, left foot comes forward. Fold. Inhale, let's come all the way up with the palms, reaching, lean back. Hands to the center of the chest, Samastitihi. Chandrasana. Inhale, let's bring the arms up, interlocking the fingers, Reaching the hands wide, pressing the tops of the hands towards the ceiling. And now exhale to the right. You want to spin the anatomy of the body, so we begin to highlight from the sole of the foot, through the backs of the legs, glutes, low, mid, upper back, through the arms into the hands. As we highlight with the posture, we want to breathe into those lines, unlocking the body with every exhalation. Inhale, let's come all the way up. Exhale now to the left. Choosing one point to gaze, armpit, elbow, or up at the hands. Maintain the rhythm of the breathing strong and steady. Inhale, let's come all the way up. Pause at the peak, reach. Exhale, Samastitihi. Take a deep inhale in Samastitihi. Exhale and fold forward, palms underneath the soles of the feet, Padahastasana, or holding onto your ankles if you need a variation. Folding forward, forehead towards the knee shin. You want to have a slight pull from the top of the hand as you press the sole of the foot into the palm. Connecting tops of the hands through the arms to your shoulders, upper back. Continuing the connection through the legs to the soles of the feet. Inhale, lifting the head and chest. Exhale, hands to the waist. Inhale, we can come all the way up. And standing in Samastitihi, hands beside the pelvis. Vinyasa, inhale, bringing the arms up, pressing your palms. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale, lifting the head and chest. Chaturanga Dandasana, stepping or jumping back. Pause. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale into downward facing dog. Feet between the hands, stepping or jumping, lifting the head and chest. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale, let's come all the way up, pressing the palms. Samastitihi. Inhale, step to the right, revolve triangle, Parvrita Trikonasana. Left hand to the inside, top or outside edge of the right foot. Maintain pressure through the feet and length through the backs of the legs. Maintain rotation from the pelvis through to the thoracic with a very strong pressure into the left palm as you reach the right hand. Having most of the twist occurring within the upper back or your thoracic spine. One more deep inhale, pausing at the peak. Exhale, right hand comes down, reaching your fingertips, palms out in front of you. Forehead can come down towards the knee shin, or even chin towards knee shin. To advance the posture, bring the outer edges of your hands to the floor, out in front of you, pressing the palms and reaching the hands. Connect to the alignment of the body, stacking bone upon joint, joint upon bone, all the way through, from feet to hands, from pelvic floor to the crown of the head. Inhale, lifting the head and chest. Take a full exhale here. Inhale, let's come all the way up. Switching sides. Exhale into revolve triangle, Parvrita Trikonasana. Right hand to the inside, top or outer edge of the left foot. Reaching left hand all the way up, or keeping the hand to the waist. Feel between fingertips and fingertips the clarity of sensation running through the arms, connecting to the crown of the head, pelvic floor, and the soles of the feet. Again, inhale, pausing at the peak. Exhale, top hand comes down. Keeping fingertips grounding as you press through the feet to advance the posture, reaching your hands out in front of you, pressing the outer edges of the palms to the floor, straightening the elbows and reach into the alignment of the body. Inhale, lifting the head and chest. Exhale. Inhale, let's come all the way up. And stepping to the front of the mat. Vinyasa. Inhale, bring both arms up, pressing the palms. Exhale, fold forward. Lifting the head and chest. And bring yourself back into Chaturanga Dandasana. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale into downward facing dog. Right knee comes through into pigeon pose. We can bring your left arm across the chest onto the floor and twist. Palms can be onto the floor or stacking one upon the other. In all variations, we want to lift the chest up, lean the torso back, and feel the spiraling sensation within the body. As we breathe, we want to feel the unwinding of that spiral within the inhale and the exhale. Again, deep inhale, pause at the peak, feeling the expansion. Exhale, release palms to the floor, working the torso straight so that the crown of the head and the pelvis are aligned. Bending the left knee, two choices. We're going to hold to the inner ankle of the left with your left hand, or we're going to use a strap or holding to the outer edge of the foot and flipping through the shoulder and bringing the elbow close to the ear. In both variations, we square through the torso and pelvis. Create firm grounding through the back knee and the shin of the right, and then lift up. Exhale, let's release the left foot, soles of the toes to the floor, straightening the left leg. Exhale into downward facing dog. Inhale, left knee now comes through. Inhale, exhale, twist right arm across the chest onto the floor. We can rest it onto the tricep or stack the hands and lifting up and away, lean back. Within each posture, we're taking the opportunity to explore the tissue of the back body, the anatomical back body, and how it expresses in the posture and also integrates itself within the posture. Deep inhale, exhale, palms to the floor. Bringing ourselves up into alignment, bending the right knee, catching to the inner ankle, or flipping through the shoulder. Ekapada Raj Kapotasana. Pressing straight down with your pelvis, scooping the tailbone forward, and widening the tissue of the back. Exhale, release the posture, soles of the toes to the floor. Inhale, straightening the right leg. Let's bring ourselves back into Chaturanga Dandasana. Inhale, Urdhva Mukha. Exhale, Adho Mukha Svanasana, downward facing dog. Jump through onto the glutes, straighten your legs. Right heel to the groin. Janushirshasana A, fold forward. Hands can be on either side of the ankle shin, or we can catch onto the left foot. In all variations, we want to have a pressure down into the mat through the legs and heels, and then begin to observe the building of awareness through the body, using that awareness to create clarity of width through the pelvis, through the low mid back, and through the upper back and shoulders. Inhale, lifting the head and chest. Exhale, straightening your legs. Inhale, left heel now comes to the groin. And fold forward, Janushirshasana, head to knee pose. Connect to the width of the body. Maintain pressure through the heel. Inhale, lifting the head and chest. Let's release, straighten the legs, cross the feet, bring ourselves back into Chaturanga Dandasana. Upward facing dog. Downward facing dog. Let's come through onto the glutes. Bring the elbows to the floor. Place your palms to where your elbows were. And let's bring ourselves up. We have two options, bent knee or straight knee. Maintain the lift. Exhale, we bring ourselves down, crossing the feet, Chaturanga Dandasana. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward facing dog. Coming through onto the glutes, straightening the legs. Navasana, arms up, feet up. Boat pose. As tight of a V-sit as we can get. And widening the back of the body, pressing clearly through the glutes. Crossing the feet, bringing ourselves back into Chaturanga Dandasana. Inhale, Urdhva Mukha, upward dog. Exhale, Adho Mukha, downward facing dog. Let's come through onto the glutes. Straighten the legs, lie flat. Heels towards your glutes, Urdhva Dhanurasana. Back bends. Step 1, press the palms to the floor, lifting the pelvis. Step 2, hands underneath your sacrum. Step 3, palms beside the ears. We want equal pressure between the hands and the feet. Equal pressure. Step 4, onto the crown of the head. As little weight as possible onto the crown. Inhale all the way up. Heels can stay outward. Feet can be a little bit wider than maybe what you're used to ensure that there's opening happening into your chest. Exhale just to the crown of the head for a moment. Inhale once again up, opening the chest. Breathe deep. Exhale onto the crown of the head. Last one, inhale up. Exhale, come all the way down. Lying flat. Feel the breath moving in and out of the body. Soften the body onto the mat. Inhale. Let's bring your right ankle just above the left knee, bringing the left knee towards the chest or cradling the shin of the right with your elbows and interlocking the fingers. In second variation, you can bring your left foot towards the floor and straighten the leg as the body allows you. In both variations, we bring the shin of the right towards the chest and organize the scapula. Chin moves slightly towards the chest as you lengthen through the occiput, the back of the head. On the inhale, holding onto your right foot with both hands and straightening the right leg. Using a strap if needed. Exhale, let's release. Inhale, cradling your left shin or placing the left ankle above right knee. Full deep breaths. Noticing where your gaze is. Have the gaze comfortably placed at a single point just there in front of you. Inhale. Let's hold on to your left foot with both hands. Exhale, releasing the foot, lying flat. Palms to the floor, bring your feet behind you into Halasana. Soles of the toes can connect to the floor. We can apply pressure of the hands into the floor, interlocking the fingers, or place your hands to your low back. Palms to the floor, and let's gently roll ourselves down. And lying flat in Shavasana. Let's bring full deep breaths into the body. Rolling onto our side. and then bringing ourselves up. Sitting comfortably, placing your palms at the center of the chest in Anjali Mudra. Bringing yourself back into the center of the center sounds, listening closely for the universal mantra of Om. The eyes can gently open and the hands can come down.
Taking and staying with that beautiful energy that has been offered to us by this practice with Ramin. Remembering that this science of self is an inner science, and that the keys to our own well-being lie within us. We're going to come now from here into a chant of Vaheguru, a mantra from the Sikh tradition. So we're opening our hearts through into this chant, and then from here, leading into a meditation, embracing the whole planet for World Yoga Day. Vaheguru is the word of the divine from the heart word of Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the founder of Sikhism. They say Guru Nanak Shah Fakir, Hindu ka Guru, Musalman ka Peer. It means Guru Nanak, the great saint. He is the Guru of the Hindus, the saint or the teacher of the Muslims. For Guru Nanak taught that in fact there is no Hindu and there is no Muslim, that there is only one essence of which we are all a part. And we sing and praise and celebrate this essence through remembering this essence, this source. Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Va, Va, the word that comes when we encounter the vastness of the divine, the light of our inner heart, Va, Guru, the one who removes our darkness and our ignorance, Vaheguru, Vaheguru. Remaining in this resonance of the heart, the resonance of oneness. We join together as a planetary family to unify in our hearts and minds, our body and mind and spirit, all interconnected. This moment of coherence around the planet. To unify is to be in yoga. To be in yoga is to unify. And as you breathe in, feel the sacred air passing through your nostrils and into your chest. And breathing out, the air passing out through the nostrils and into space. Breathing in, aware of breathing in. Then breathing out, aware of breathing out. And noticing just inside the nostrils, this invisible gate whereby air passes and becomes breath. And breath passes out into space and becomes air. Air becoming breath, and breath becoming air. This magic transformation of energy and awareness is happening each and every moment, participating in the magic of breathing. Noticing the gentle rhythm of the rise and fall of the chest. Maybe allowing the breath to sink even deeper down into the belly, so it becomes slower. And as our breath slows, noticing the rest of the body beginning to relax, finding a place of ease. Breathing in and out in silence. And as we release the need to do anything, simply observing the breath happening by itself, letting go of any effort to do. We rest in being, from human doing to human being. And as we heard from Guruji in the beginning, love is an action. Our peace becomes love. So we close in this practice of compassion meditation, visualizing either someone in your life or some group of people in the world or some species in need of support that is struggling or suffering. And as you breathe in, visualize yourself breathing in their suffering or their sadness. And as you exhale, breathing out compassion, kindness, well-being. Inhaling their pain, their struggle. Exhaling compassion, kindness, and well-being. Inhaling the suffering or the sadness, and exhaling compassion, well-being. And know that this feeling of compassion growing in your heart is real, and it is transforming the very molecules of space. The action of peace and compassion rippling through every body and mind of the world. now together we practice the most advanced asana of all, 26 muscles moving together in one movement, the smile. Allowing a smile to spread on your face. And let this posture be the posture of upliftment, the posture that moves through you and with you throughout your day. And this smile of peacefulness and joy, of kindness and understanding. May this smile be your asana and your yoga, uplifting all around you. Bring your palms together and giving thanks to the source of existence of your understanding. Opening yourself to that which we may not know but we have felt in moments. That we may be in harmony with this. We may be supported by this. That we may live in concert with this one. As it is spoken by the ancients, Tattvam Asi, I am that I am. May this faith be rooted in your heart. And your eyes can remain closed or open as you wish as we play some music from the heart. Mantras and sounds. Mantras as divine energies, mystical energies encased in sounds. May they enter your heart and lift you up as we celebrate. Celebrate this being here in this moment together. May this be our yoga.
Namaste, beloveds. Here's a poem from the Book of Love.
It's written by you.
And the Book of Love is a poetry book that I've been cultivating for the last 10 years. It shall be present in the world in physical form soon. Now here's an offering. Peace is another word for love. Peace is another word for love. As it rests with deep contentment in the arms of nature. Peace is bowing with reverence to a river and spending the afternoon cleaning its trash. Peace is making the time to deeply hear those who feel harmed, alienated, afraid, or separated, and not trying to fix them, only understand. Peace looks not at itself and has no mirror. It simply extends into the environment with the gentle touch of a mother caressing any situation into its sacred balance. Peace is not the absence of war. It is the culmination of one's journey through the dense maze of mind, arriving at the shores of the beloved, only to find you never really left. Peace is always leaving a place better than you found it, and never misses an opportunity to serve. Peace only exists in the now, like awareness, and wears its vulnerability as courageously as its detachment. Peace is not something you can seek, yet it is something you find when the seeking stops and the truth remains. Though few souls know true peace, those that do are more treasured and sacred than any who claim the halls of fame, and most you will never know, except if your soul is attuned to their soft walk, their generous smile, or the love that emanates from their eyes, from the service they enact, no desire for recognition. Peace is another word for love, my friend. May it find you as you let's go.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I'm going to open this kirtan with a chant to Ganesh, known as the remover of obstacles. Quite customary to chant to at the beginning of a musical kirtan experience. We're going to be leading you through. Excited to be here. These beautiful beings today, sharing voice, and hopefully we'll be able to feel your vocal vibrations come and join us as well. All the way from wherever you are tuning in from this broadcast, all across Mamagumi. Om Jai Shri Ganesh, Shri Ganesha Jaya. Om Jai Shri Ganesh,
Button beat again.
Like this. At the beginning of the beat. Yeah. Yes. This beat is called bhajani. It's used specifically for bhajans. So this next mantra, this was shared in this form by Krishnadas. And I asked him if I could share this. And he said yes. I just don't take it. I said, how can you take it? Here's this not for taking. And this chant goes, Jai Sitaram, Jai Hanuman. Jai Sitaram, Jai Hanuman. If you know not who Sitaram are, just imagine in your heart the images of the divine masculine and feminine in their perfect, resplendent divinity, dancing and playing with each other as the sun and the moon. And Hanuman is the faithful, devoted, loving servant of the divine, with the qualities of courage, of conviction, strength, of determination, of one-pointedness. These qualities which are so important to reach the gates of the beloved. Namo, Jai Siya Ram, Jai Jai Hanuman. Jai Siya Ram, Jai Jai Hanuman. Jai Siya Ram, Jai Jai Hanuman.
Sitaram Jai Jai Hanuman, Jai 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 Sitaram Jai Jai Hanuman. Rama Rama Hare
Take a deep breath into your belly. And exhale it out. Allow the sacred vibrations to permeate every cell of your body. Open your heart.
What many of you may not know about Blair is that he has actually been the mastermind and cameraman behind this whole event, as well as a professional musician. So it's very rare that you get to actually see the cameraman, right? They're always hiding behind the camera, but he's come forth here now to share some of his music and magic. So thank you, Blair. You know, people would never know it if I didn't say it, so I thought I'd just mention that you've been behind the scenes making all this happen.
Yeah, you've pinned me. Thank you. It's been a blessing to serve such a wonderful event and to help in some small way bring yoga to the world, you know, and the message. And I think it's an important one, the theme, decolonizing yoga and bringing the true root and the medicine to the people who are practicing it. We're all at different stages of the path, and I'm just grateful to be a part of that in some way.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Elise, for being the Shakti behind the scenes.
So this one is in E minor.
Okay. 44. So it's not one.
So if you're at home, it's an E minor, then D, and then there's a C involved in the
E minor, D, and C.
Yeah, pretty simple stuff. This is a chant to Krishna and his younger self, Gopala, a cow herding boy in the town of Gopal. If that's correct, my knowledge is correct. And Vrindavan. And so this is a chant to Gopala, and I just invite you all to think of that force in the universe, whatever you call it, that we can surrender to, that higher wisdom, that higher energy, you know, that we can just relax into and just let that beautiful river take us to our own sense of paradise. And that's what we'll chant to. Think we're having technical difficulties? All right, Ram, you hold it down.
The drum?
Yeah, or just on the keyboard. I'm going to stop.
Oh, yeah.
The tech guy needs to go back.
Okay. Krishna needs to go back on the soundboard, you know? He's being called the all-attractive one.
right, we'll still continue in the Bhava of Krishna. And so those of you who are watching this broadcast, you must have seen these wild Hare Krishnas roving the streets, banging on their cymbals and screaming Hare Krishna at the top of their lungs in ecstasy. Why are they doing this? Are they mad? Yes, they truly are out of their minds. But that's the purpose of yoga, is to be out of your mind. Mantra means manastrayate, beyond the mind. And they're out of their minds in love for the great being Krishna, who came to earth 7,650 years ago at the changing of the times of the Kali Yuga. It was a Purna avatar. It's where we get the word avatar from. Avatara means to descend and heal. And so the Supreme Being, in his masculine and feminine form, came to earth to conduct a Mahalila, a great story to teach humanity about who they are. And this story was so profound and so moving and so powerful and so deep that it's lasted till this day and has become the emblem of what it means to truly be connected to divinity. Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. क्या बात. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna. So I have a story to tell you of Krishna while we wait for the rest of the band to deploy. This is probably one of my favorite stories of Krishna. And so when Krishna, as I said earlier, was a Purna avatar, a full avatar. And what this means is that he was awake from the very moment of conception. So even as a little baby coming out of the womb, he was aware of himself being the Supreme Being. And so all of Krishna's stories are chronicled in these great texts. One of them is called the Srimad Bhagavatam. And when Krishna was a youth, he was a very naughty, very mischievous youth. He would constantly be teasing people and villagers in the town and stealing butter from the townspeople. And because Krishna was the Supreme Being, he was the all-attractive being. Everybody was just completely head over heels in love with Krishna. Now you can imagine what this did to the ladies. So Krishna had quite a gaggle of ladies surrounding him all the time, and they were called the gopis. And whenever they saw Krishna, they were just completely enamored. Now, the backstory to this is that in past lives, these great gurus and great sages who realized God, who realized the nature of truth, true yoga, said, Supreme Reality, Bhagwan, I want to come back in my next life when you're doing a Mahalila, and I want to come back as your beloved wife. Now, how could Krishna fulfill thousands of devotees asking him to come back as his wife? He only comes out so often in a Leela. So they all became his gopis. And so the chief queen amongst his gopis was a woman named Radha. And Radha was completely devoted and in love with Krishna. And one day, the gopis heard that Krishna was coming back after a beautiful time traveling in Govardhan, which is where he was staying and taking the cows out to pasture for a week and coming back, and that he was going to be waiting by the riverside. And so all of the devotees, including Radha, went home, and all they would think about is what they could prepare for Krishna. And so she spent the entire day making the most delicious treats, the most succulent meals. She's poured her whole love into it and created a pantheon of food. And as incredible Indian women do, she stacked it all up and balanced it on her head and her shoulders and with complete grace in her sari, and she sped off on the way to see Krishna with her bangles backwards and her earrings put on wrong because she just didn't even care. She was just couldn't wait to go see Krishna. And when she was almost there at the riverside, she heard the sound of children crying. And Radha, with her great compassionate heart, couldn't ignore the sound of children crying. And so she stopped, and with all of her beautiful succulent treats, she went to this little hut home, this thatch roofed hut, that was leaking and didn't look like it was in very good repair. And a mother was there with her 7 children. And these children were wailing and crying, and the mother was sitting desolately in the corner. And Radha puts her food down and immediately goes to the woman and grabs her hand and says, "What's going on? Why are your children crying?" And the woman tearfully says that her husband hasn't come back from his fishing journey, and that her family has nothing to eat and hasn't eaten in 3 days, and all they have left is this one little piece of chipped rice patty. Chipped rice is literally what it sounds like. Rice that's chipped. They make it into a patty, and it looks a little bit moldy, and there's only half a patty left for these 7 children, and Radha breaks down in tears, and of course takes all the food that she has with and lays it out for these children. And they can't believe their luck at getting this delicious food prepared with such devotion, and they succulently eat the food, and Radha sitting there basking. And she feels, oh my God, what am I going to do for Krishna? And the mother says, "Please take this," and gives her the little chipped rice patty. And of course, she's looking at this quite ashamed. How can I bring this to Krishna, this somewhat moldy rice patty? And so she surrenders and takes it and runs. And of course, she's late to see Krishna. And all the other gopis are there, and they've all brought the most succulent treats, the most decadent foods, and the curries, and the pastes, and the sweets. But Krishna hasn't touched any of it. And so Radha comes and sits down and says nothing. And Krishna says, "Radha, have you not brought something for me?" And Radha just, just sheepishly pulls out this rice patty. And Krishna lights up with glowing eyes and says, "Ah, that's what I've been waiting for." And rushes for it and grabs the rice patty and just chews on it with such love and such appreciation. And Radha bursts into tears, and he eats nothing else that day. And what this story means to me is what Krishna really wants is our compassion, our love towards other beings, and our service towards all beings. So may we all find the grace to be of service like Radha.
Beautiful story. I think that's a good cue to sing that song for Radha.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. This is in C minor and G minor. Okay. Jaya Radha Ramana Haribo. 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 Haribo, Haribo, Haribo. Haribo, Haribo,
Jaya Radha Ramana Haribo. Jaya Radha Ramana Haribo. Jaya Radha Ramana Haribo. Haribo, 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 oh Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Satgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. May all beings be happy. May all beings find peace. May all beings have enough. Om Shanti.
Thank you, everyone in the world who joined us today for World Yoga Day. Thank you to Unify for so long holding this space for everybody on the planet to gather together, especially in the time that we've just passed in the last 2 years. Especially the last year, we've had this space and this opportunity to come together and connect regardless of whether or not we can gather physically in person. And so for all of you out there who are deepening in the practice of yoga, if you had more time to go within and connect to this science of self, we hope that you've enjoyed this broadcast. If you check our Facebook page, you'll see offerings from the Mystic Yogi and also from the Science of Self that are here to support you on your yoga journey. Please use them. That's what they're there for. That's what this science and philosophy and culture and heart of yoga is designed to support us to do, which is to return to who we naturally are and to enjoy the experience of being alive and spread that joy to others. So, namaste, and thank you so much.
Namaste. Thank you to all of the people behind the scenes. Thank you to Ian. Thank you to Kaylin. Thank you to so many of the beings who don't make their faces known here, but without them, this operation would not run. Deep gratitude. Om Shanti. They're like the devas.